keynote addresses. And it's my pleasure to invite Professor Uyiwale Tamori to give his keynote address. Please, can we encourage you?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Late to receive that. So I thank God for my day here. I'm never very happy to come in. Only that I have to patch here, but look at the front. I want to thank the director for this invitation. A lot of friends called me and said, anything you are is any day, anytime, we're ready. By the grace of God, the only thing I said, God give us life. And we thank God He has given us life. Give us more, and we see these divisions become what you all want it to be. Developing our country, making it what it is. When you're giving an opportunity for keynote address, you have the key, and you also have the note. The key is supposed to open the door for others to speak, and then you sit down and take note. That's what keynote address is all about. I'm not the one to give all the details. Mine is just to open that door, and when the eminent people start talking, then I start taking notes. That's what keynote is all about. So I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. I used to navigate this sustainable development goal, which is what action we need to take, especially through emergencies. So I'm going to define some terms, because if we don't define terms, we run into problems. I'll tell you about defining terms. There was one, Pa William. His name is William, but we used to call him Pa William because his mouth and we walk, something like that. How did it happen? Pa William told his children, he said, when I peel this yam and throw it into the mortar, you pound it. What did I say? You pound it. Anywhere I throw the yam, you pound it. So there was this last part, about issue, don't peel it, you don't spoil the yam. So the man peeled it and threw it to his mouth. And the children turned to back mortar. That's how it became Pa William. So let me explain myself before you, so that you know what I'm saying. What is building back and what is building forward? We've heard about building back better. That was what Biden actually started with the Japanese, and then Biden took it to win election. But now people are talking about building forward. I want to show that there's a difference between the two. And also that sometimes we need to build back and at the same time build forward. So a blend of the two. And then, of course, MDG, SDGs, and we will waste your time around that. About the emergencies we have. And like Grandpa has told us, it's not showing all the problems we have, but actually trying to find a solution to it. And the solution to our problem is in us. Then what is our performance? About MDG. So we know where we are, we know where we went through. And then we can then from there take action for the future. Build back where we need to build back, and build forward where we need to build forward. So that we can attain by 2030, which is the time when we have to enter. Now when MDG came, we didn't make it. In fact, we didn't move. Anyway, let me move on. So about emergencies, Emergencies come in different form. Sometimes we are the emergency of that create emergencies. When the political leader says my agenda is to make emergencies permanent in your life, then you know that month you don't go for the person. And then you look at epidemics, you talk about COVID and all those other things. And then the issue of health in general. Because without the healthy nation, you have a problem. And that's one of the things. Then finally, what action you need to take to build back better on our culture, on ethics, and to build forward on those infrastructural issues. So I'm trying to, there are different definitions. The build back better actually focuses on the reconstruction after a disaster. And then also then the build forward talks about recovery. After you've done well, and then disaster came. Now you have to recover from that. So there's a building back and there's a building forward. But these are different definitions. And I'll get to explain it better when I'm talking about them. You know about the Millennium Development Goals. There are 7 of them. Eradicate poverty, achieve this, and all that, and all that. All these are well known by all of us. But then what happened? Again, this geographically showing what it's all about. But what Nigeria performed at the end of the MDGs, we actually did not make any of the targets. We made, I mean, there's some, you know, A, B, C. You make 1A, but you make no A. You make 2B. So these are discussed. We're supposed to, where is the pointer? Sorry. Sorry. No worry, you know, at my age, the fingers don't control the fingers should face myself. What's happening? Might you want control it? Okay. Okay. I think I'm getting better. Thank you. So those are the 7 steps. But look at their performance about poverty alleviation. Because at the time when it started, Nigeria was 65.8% of our people were living in poverty. We made some steps by 2013 and got about 33, but the target was 25. So we didn't really get to that big. Look at the issue of underweight children. Many of our children are still underweight. We've never really met the target. Look at the under 5 mortality rates. They were supposed to have reduced from about 10 to 4 to 5. Then we ended up with 3. And then women living with HIV/AIDS, we made some progress from 5.4 to 4.4. In the parliament, forget that one. I mean, we didn't make it. And then in terms of the children who are in school, today we hear 10 million, 100 million Nigerians are out of school. That's not what it should be. I think I'm having a problem. Is it my size or whatever? I'm not following, I'm not pointing to the. I think something is. The point, okay, maybe why don't you just, I'll tell you next. Control it from there. I don't control it there. Just move on to the next one. We can quickly go. Next. Then go next. There's a problem. Okay, that's good. Okay, now, okay. So what at that time we had to find the reason. I'll let you do. So at that time we had to find the reason why we didn't do well. And there was this publication in Uganda of October 2015 at the end of the day. What were the reasons? Some people went to the government and then he said you should be blamed on poor leadership in the country. We know all this. And we need to keep stressing it because sometimes we forget. You know, when the epidemic comes, we learn lessons, but we forget those lessons immediately. So, poor leadership was one of these things. So we start on time. Late commencement of the program. And in actual fact, late commencement is not very good with program. They are late commencement, you budget everything we do. We say we're going to start at 9. We start at 9:30. It starts small, those little things. Meet me at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, I'm still waiting for you. On the individual level, at the national level, institutional level, these are things we need to begin to address. When we talk about build back better, that's one of them. In those days, punctuality In the soul of business, you remember that adoration that I used to sing that one, you know? And then the perennial insecurity, and that started. It wasn't today. BC was just showing me something about people shifting on that prayer roads that we never used to see. Even, I mean, because now things are different. And then let's not add the corruption, we'll talk about that later. Now, we then move to sustainable growth after having not succeeded with NDG. So we already had the deficit before we started with 7. Now we have 17. I'm going to do it. So the world, some people don't call it problems, they call it challenges. The challenges became more. We started with 7, we didn't pass. Now you have 17, how are you going to make it? But you have to learn from the errors of the past so that you can go on. I mean, there are some people who are promoted on trial. You know, in primary school, I don't know where the big now is. All of them, they just know everybody for fail of us. But in a time, if you are lucky, they say they are promoting on trial. But they are not done that well. We hope that when you get to the next class, you do better. And sometimes that has but Nigeria has been on trial for anyway, 17. So we move from the MDGs to the SDGs, you know, the agenda from by 2030. That's only 8 years from now. We have to attain all these agenda. So what are the differences between the MDG and the SDG? The first one, the MDG was formulated by a group of experts, so-called experts, who don't know my problem, who sit down in New York and plan something for me. That was the first error they made at MDG. But they learned from that. Again, this is building back better. Now, they then thought, when the SDG came, they said, no, let's have more consultation. Let's talk with the people who are the problem. The people who are trying to help, let's make sure that we also get involved in this situation. But when you're trying to solve a problem for me, and you don't even know what my problem is, then you compound my problem. But so this time, they brought a lot of people in, and that's the difference between the SDG now. More people got involved, member states got involved, individuals got involved, not just some so-called experts who sat down somewhere in Europe and decided to solve the problem of Africa. The focus initially, the MDG, was for us, we underdeveloped countries. They said they're doing it for us so that we can catch up with them. We said that they're going to support this other one. Now it's for everybody. The thing we are cut off up to the moment, but let's put everybody together. But we see later on that there's still a few areas. The duration was from 2000 to 2015, 15 years. This one is almost 15 years, which is ending by the year 2030. We're just 8 years away from that. So we need to begin to see, and the number of goals moved from 8 or 7 to about 17. And then the targets also more than 8 times or something like that. The indicators also more than 8. And then the general scope initially was on social. How do you make life better for people? How do you improve their health? On this activity. But this SDG now is looking at economic. That people have looked at midway through, when it was about midway now, looking at the SDG, what's the situation in Nigeria? These are comments that have been made by different people, came out from different universities. What are we? Gender equality may cause Nigeria SDGs. So we're beginning to identify those areas where we have the problem. So that between now and the next 8 years, we can quickly address those issues. The Nigeria not on track to achieve SDG, but we've done what UN told us a month ago. But we trust like Mohammed. We say UN is right. We say Nigeria counters UN. They say Nigeria is on track to change this. But anyway, we know who is telling the truth. Nigeria not on track against our thinking. Nigeria pledges to reverse negative indicators. You see, if you say you're on track and say you're reversing, you see the problem between the two. With Nigeria attains sustainable development goal, it's left for us. That's the question. And this is part of the reason why we are here today. And then finally, Nigeria requires see that amount of money, 300 billion to meet the SDG goals. It's not the amount, it is how you spend it. And that's the major thing I think we need to begin to address. You can get 100 naira, to do something, you can misuse that money and you have nothing to show for it. You can even have 15 naira and do something better. So these are again some of the issues I think we need to discuss at this question. So even if we get the 300 billion, where does it go? Whose pocket does it go? Does it go into the life of the people? or some people steal it off. These are issues that we need to begin to address. Now look at the SDG so far in 2020, where the index, African index was about 41, when you take the whole of Africa. We were at 47. Well, we're there, we're not 50% yet, but at least we are close to it. But in terms of at the region, when you look at African region, we are below the African region. That shows a more, sorry. Okay. That shows a better view of where we are in different areas. And when you see the graph, this is presenting 35, 50, 70. When you see the longer one, so in SDG 13, 14, and 15, we're definitely moving some of the target. But look at these ones here. These are the ones where we're going to have some problem. Then I'm sure when we discuss in little more detail, we'll probably find out. So what are the impediments to achieving SDG by the year 20,000? You know, the ones that are disasters of war. Some of them natural ones. Sometimes you cannot help that too. When the drought comes, when the floods comes, when the wildfires come, like they're having climate change. But then each of the so-called natural ones, we human beings accentuate and exacerbate, make it worse. So when you have the hurricanes and tornadoes, you're not prepared. Preparedness becomes a major issue. So apart from being natural, a lot of the issues, being on the drought, of the flood, and this is also part of being of man-made. In case of man-made, some of them are own human errors, disruption in services, biological agents. We're getting now viruses and things. Issue of mass gatherings, people are stampeded on something and cause problems. And during mass gatherings, you see what is happening with monkeypox. When the whole thing started in Europe, with so many cases popping up in different places, everybody was scared. But then we all know that it was the mass gathering of men having sex with men who were having this that created that panic. So again, there's some of them are man. And then amplifying effects would be my behavior, my behavior, the politics. When we say don't put something on the gutter, and then you load your gutter with the refuse, and the rain comes, and then flood comes, then it's an issue that comes, and we also as humans begin to take that. So it's important for you and I so that these social things are there. We have the role to play in exercise. I think this is Are you moving over there? Okay. So the emergencies and disasters. I talk about negative emergencies, we end up at disasters eventually. When you talk about political responsibility, poor leadership, all these are three categories of underdevelopment. And what are the other things? Issue of governance, the economic, the insecurity around all the politics is out, the epidemics that are occurring. The politics is not when the epidemic becomes pandemic. And these are some of the things. And then I talk about it. So let's look at the fiscal and fiscal irresponsibility. Take, for example, this came out in news and papers of states that have not paid salaries to their workers, and yet you expect them to work. Although one of the states said they are paying their salary. But the country where workers' salaries and wages are not paid for months, that government cannot expect full work for no pay. These are some of the issues that we begin to look at. Look at the 108 governors got billions in pension. Some of us, I know about pension because I know the little details that I get from certain UI. And it takes forever to get it. But for the grace of God, I will not be here. So, but then here's a governor, served for 3 years, and they end up taking all that money. I served UI, I'm 67. So it's almost 50 years now. And what I get is not enough to anyway. Let me not talk about myself. These are some of the issues. But I'm giving examples of some of the things that our governments are doing themselves. They make laws to put this different things. Cars, houses, security guards, schools, stewards, and billions of money going out of. And some of them I describe them in different ways. But what they are not really investigable. These people are heartless people. They betray the trust that we put in them. They are caring. These are the kind of people we have. Whatever they do is offensive to normal nature. We see totally immoral behavior, insensitive people, and shocking behavior. These are the kind of leaders we have in this place. But then, are we going to allow them to continue? Then we begin to see them, many of them. Some of them are even standing at each other. Now, let's look at the economy. Because also this when you particularly is funny. Nigeria has been having a GDP falling since 2012. If we had went to recession with COVID last year, the difference between the gap between the parallel market of Naira continues to increase. These are some of the issues that I hope our colleagues, when you are addressing, look at that. Our foreign exchange reserves are dropping because we're not making, but we're spending. And then finally, the government's gasoline import, the amount of money, so-called subsidy, it's expanding every day. So we're a country of immorality that is doing what is wrong, regardless of what is right. That's immorality. And it happens at an academic level, a political level, a religious level, and that's the worst part of what we're about, a traditional level. And then we have conformity, which is now you are doing what everyone else is doing, regardless of what is right. We're a conforming nation. And many of us, in a moral nation, we are conforming to immorality. And the combination of it makes up. Let me give you an example. Since 20, whatever, among the other countries in the world, Nigeria's allocation for education is the lowest. See some countries getting up to 50%. Countries who we look down on are putting more money into their education. And if you don't educate your people, you have ignorant people. You have people who carry guns, who will go into the forest and start shooting, without can be manipulated by anybody. Who will threaten my president and say, I'm coming to get you. And my president will say, I don't know. So then look at strikes by us. Their children, I think we need to think seriously. Their children are graduating. This is the summer season. But all their children are graduating in universities overseas. We are on strike. I'm not blaming us, but I'm saying sometimes we need to begin to look at what is happening in our country. It's our country. They don't care. So they move out and go and do this. So you can go on strike for 6 months. That's your problem. Their children are graduating in a few months. So that's the look at the years, the last figures. The red is the area when we went on strike. I mean, the worst year was 2020. Add COVID to that. Now we are on 2022. The number is now 6 months. So we have Asura and we have Asura back here. And then so when people say when each of them are fighting, what happens? Two elephants are fighting. Sometimes we used to think it's the grass that suffers. You know what the grass do now? The grass becomes grasshopper and they escape from the country. So that's what we are doing. What we call migration. That's the reason of that. Let's look at Headmaster and Papellis. That's how people have raised throughout the country. So we've not run it about. This was a disease that came to our country in 1969. We are waiting for the world to come and solve the problem for us. And yellow fever. Recently, we got to admit that 160 million of Nigerians are at risk of getting yellow fever. They are not vaccinated, please don't get vaccinated. But the thing is around and you can come anytime. See what the COVID did to us. On that side, this is normal Alaba market. You see, you can't even find a place to put your food. When COVID came, see Alaba market. The economy went upside down. That's what this is due to you. We used to have something, they used to tell us that health is not a revenue yielding something, so they don't put money. But one disease will wipe out all the economy. That's the message we need to begin to point out to our people. Monkeypox has stopped, and we're seeing what is happening. One message I think I want us to learn from it. Monkeypox came into Africa in 1970. It has been with us since then. Nothing happened. Yeah, 2017, 20 whatever. Then it dropped into Europe in May. By now, they found solution to it. Doesn't that tell us something? Why do you wait for international people to solve an emergency, which is already an emergency in your country? Why are you waiting for the world to give you direction to go to take action when your people are already there? These are some of the things we need to begin to think of. We talk about equity. Equity is self-interest, whether you like it or not. The Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says not more than yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. You love yourself first before you love your neighbor. Because if you have not loved yourself, you don't even know how to love your neighbor if you don't love yourself. These are some of the issues I think we begin to look at situation. Now these are the kind of things, carry mace and kill other looters. 45 years ago, the same man who is in charge, he talked about fuel crisis will be over next year. I think he was waiting for this year to get slow. But when he for the second part, that's what is happening to us, as a nation. This is stuff we do. Anytime I reach sensitive places, stop. Okay. So my president says he's stop. He's very eager to go. Why did he come in the first place? So, anyway, see the confusions. You know, those electric people. You see how they are. That's the confusion that he met, and that's probably why he wants to run again. So what do? We said it already. What do we do as a nation? Sometimes I think we do not know what we want as a nation. The presidential candidate will boldly ask us to vote for him as his party unveils the slogan. What's the slogan? Our development agenda is to make emergencies endemic in Nigeria. So, and then you see the number continuous non-stop standing ovation for telling us that it's not to make emergencies endemic in Nigeria. Let me move on. Back to the same story. You know what we need to do? They are cheating, they are eating, we are carrying the rubbish. See that by like that. If we can just stand up and talk with them also. So let me again, I said these things, the ones he wants you to see, he won't go in. So to achieve the SDG by 2030, an action plan must be blended with the building back and building forward. I'm talking to you about that. Build back data on our culture, on our ethics, transparency, and integrity. Those are things we're known for. We've abandoned all those ones. We need to build back to those ones. And that's why I said we need to blend both. Without one or the other, you're not going to succeed. We must build back on our culture, on our ethics, the good part of it. The issue of transparency and the issue of integrity. We must build back on those ones so that we can then build forward on our infrastructure. Because otherwise, all those things, anything you build forward with this thing will be destroyed by your poor culture, by lack of integrity. So build back better is cultural integrity. Build back forward is infrastructural development. Those have to go together. Without one or the other, you're going to end up with a lot of problem. We need to build back better, honor those things of our culture that make us what we are, responsible people. Then we can put on this infrastructure. It's like you put this place, and you have the person say, take care of it. The bulbs are bulbs. They don't remember to change it. It's part of the thing you're talking about. You have a big structure like this. And then if the air conditioner is not working, there's no works in the last weeks. You go into hotels, your side is no light, it's not working. And somebody cleans that room every day. These are the issues. So, what are the mitigating actions? Infrastructure development will improve the quality of the various components of infrastructure. Better roads, power supply, the ICT that we're doing now, we're doing also modernization, and even things like sanitation. But if you don't take care of sanitation, you're going to get a lot of cholera around you. On the cultural side, we must respect and honor the owners and own our things, ownership of material, respect people for tradition, knowledge that originates from a culture of integrity, of probity, of honesty, and of community awareness. Those are the things that we need. So your good culture will provide important social and economic values, such as learning, improve learning amongst of people, increase tolerance, and opportunity to come together and with others. Culture enhances our quality of life as it increases our overall well-being for both individuals and the community. And then it permits us the full enjoyment of the infrastructural development that we have. Because we are seeing, if we have corruption and now we have insecurity in our country, if you can build the best road, who is going to go on the road when people are shooting? So the social development, as I mentioned, so the implementation. so that we can dine on the table of equity. We will not achieve SDG by drooling on equity. Okay, so my friend, let's say we are going to achieve it by the so let the celebration begin, but not early. Because if you look at the big book there, I think said 21 text, 120 text. So be careful before you start down to do anything. For us, we have 2020 is when we do. Thank you very much. I rest my case.
When the Vice Chancellor spoke, he eulogized the man. When the director spoke, he gave me praise. Now, when Professor Kukola spoke, he gave me praise. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that Professor Oyewale Timori served all the eulogies he has. There is going to be a slight amendment to the program. Immediately I finish with the introductions, I will invite the chairman of this opening session to give his closing remarks, and then we'll go for tea break and speak photo. And we will resume for the other session with a speech from Dr. Ojuri from the UK. But before I invite the chairman to give his closing remarks, I'd just like to make a few more recognitions. And it's my pleasure to recognize the presence of the Dean of Economics and Management Science in the University of Professor Larry White. I would also like to recognize the presence of the acting rector of the Okeogun Polytechnic, Shaki, Dr. Fafasi. Professor Okayemi Ajewole, the Department of Social and Environmental Forestry. Dr. Olushola Fadairo of the University of Ibadan. And Dr. Ademisola Kayode, also from the University of Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now I invite the Vice Chancellor to give his closing remarks on the chairman of this opening session. And then we go for the
closing remarks to welcome all of you.
Thank you very much, sir. We clap for the response.
Ungatanza.
Wanna me love, no, come on, much is so good, no, go around the bull, and more, and we got Musu Muti, you are all that you Tolerance of me. Hallelujah, méje méje. Òṣèlú péjọ lọ́jọ́ méje. Wọ́n fẹ́ tòlú lọ́jọ́ méje. Gbogbo ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kọrin kése. Hallelujah, méje méje. Àwọn àjẹlú fẹ́
Oh, vamos phone.
So when you play, just look for the keys one link.
Thanks so much.
Once upon a long time, I'm going to see. There is a day to shape my focus to regret nothing. Anger is all go smash the wheels up. Back, you go stay back to make sure. Down, you go stay down to make sure. What I want kind of prisoner too. Now why but these people alone? They want to burn me down in the least roar. Now why but you? I did go market square. They do most of their passion strong, my reason clean. It's not these robots. Told you that you work out. If you don't know yourself, you know if you talk to you clever. Everybody don't got They call Timama. Everybody still sit around. Plenty.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we are now refreshed and we are good to go for the second session of the opening ceremonies before we have the parallel session and paper presentation with the afternoon. For this session, which we had to abridge because the Vice Chancellor had some other engagements, it's going to be a continuation of the opening ceremony. And it's my pleasure to invite to the high table as the chairman of the session, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Management Sciences, Professor Olaniyan, is the chairman of this session. The first keynote presenter, Professor Oyewale Tomori, is also going back to the high table because we are going to discuss his paper. It's also my pleasure to invite to the high table the Vice Chancellor of UNI Osun, Professor Odunayo Clement Adeboye. Please come to the high table, sir. Please can we rise to appreciate our royal guest of honor? The royal father of the day is Royal Majesty Oba Reverend Ademola Olubile Olakanmi Mapuledoye to the Alado of Ado Awaye. You are most welcome. Please can we go to the high table, please? And last but not the least to go on the high table is the discussant of the two papers that we are presenting. And it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Adejoke Akiyele to the high table. Please, let's give her a round of applause. May I also invite Dr. Ayo Assis, HOD Environmental Forestry, to join them on the high table. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen to the second keynote speech, and it's going to be given by Mr. Oluwafemi Adedogun Ojuri from the UK. So it's going to be online. I will send.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay. Dr. Jory, please, your time is 20 minutes maximum.
Okay. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be invited to talk to the group, and I would like to say it's a great honor to present this little paper on how the Nigerian youths can actually use IT to improve and to be able to compete worldwide. I will try to share my screen. Just let me tell me if you can see it. Okay. It's saying the host has disabled screen sharing. Could you please enable screen sharing, please?
You can share a screen now, sir.
Thank you. Can you see my screen now? Can you see my screen now?
Please kindly stop sharing and share, sir. For it to come up here.
Okay, I'll try again. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah. Now we can see it.
Okay, what can you see? Can you see the title? Nigerian Youths Leveling Up on Soft Skills Development as a Coping Strategy to Global Emergencies.
Thank you very much.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So hello, good morning again. This is basically what I have noticed since pre-COVID and post-COVID on what I think will be of very important development for youths in Nigeria. So I work as a solutions architect, and I found that pre-COVID and post-COVID, things have changed globally. Not only when I say globally, because I work as a solutions architect, I design IT systems. Most of my team are based in India, and some are based in the States. In the past, if I had to have a meeting, I would have had to go to India and speak to somebody in India and discuss what needed to be done. And if I needed to have a meeting, I would have to go to New York or Washington. However, post-COVID and during COVID, we got to know, as we are talking now, we're talking on Zoom. We found that not only did Zoom take out all that meeting and the traveling around, it also showed that you could actually get things done quicker using IT. But that is just on the corporate world. How can it be used at the low level to develop people? So what I've found in this short while is that it's easier to connect on a small data band. It's easier to do money transfers, for instance. I've even found that people like my nieces that grew up here that don't speak Yoruba at all, have been learning Yoruba in Nigeria from London. And this is actually bringing the teaching skills of Nigerians in Nigeria to the UK. And I don't care what anybody says, my formative years were in Lagos. And I find that the things that help me now abroad, well, I've left Nigeria years ago without going, it's towards 40 years, so we won't even go there. But the things I learned while I was at home are the things that are helping me now, because the way we learn, you don't only learn to actually just get the marks, you learn to understand. It's only in Nigeria, I've lived in quite a few countries since I left Nigeria, and it's only in Nigeria that when you are actually studying, you have to understand. You just don't get to the answer. You know, if you do, like we used to say in those days, walk into the Joma, the teacher would mark you down for coming to an answer without explaining why you got to that answer. And I think we can bring such skills and expose the skills to the outside world and make money through things like that. And we can also use tech to better collaborate. For instance, when I visit Nigeria, you hear, oh, there's an accident somewhere, there's a traffic somewhere, there's something somewhere, but nobody knows what is happening. You know, you go to a place, people don't have data of what is happening or why things have happened. And like the previous speaker was saying, we need to build back and move forward as well. We don't have a way of actually looking at why something happened in the past to be able to look at the statistics to improve on it going forward. And I think there are a lot of things out there which we can use within Nigeria to actually deal with this altered world. And when I say altered world, since COVID, as you all know, things have changed significantly. For instance, I travel, and then as I'm talking to you, I just got back from Washington this morning. Before COVID, we will do a check-in into the to get on a flight, and all you needed to do was just go into your app, and that was it. But now they can actually trace who you're sitting next to on the plane if somebody were to fall ill, and they could actually trace back to all the people that were in the place. So if there was any kind of disease or anything that developed on that flight, it could be traced and stopped very quickly. My flight out to Washington on Thursday, when we boarded, the first thing they said to us was that if you had any bag of peanuts or anything that had peanuts in it, you should not open it. And why? Because they had the data of somebody on that flight that was allergic to peanuts. If I'm flying within Nigeria, there is no way we will do that. And that means we'll be already in the flight, somebody's eating peanuts and someone is reacting, you'll probably die before we land in Abuja, if we're going from Lagos to Abuja. So I think technology can actually change the way things are happening. And technology itself, trends have changed. And the only way that trends have changed in Europe, especially, and in Nigeria as well, is the use of technology and using it properly. When I say properly, we in Nigeria are not known in general. And I think that's a very unfair thing about with the youths, where, you know, you talk about Yahoo boys and things like that. I believe that majority of the youths have the technology know-how, and they can actually use this for growth if it is tuned in the right way and the right things are given to them, the right tools are given to them to do what they need to do. When we look at today's world in the workplace, most of my clients now, because I freelance, when I speak to my clients, I don't see them. Well, if I see them at all, it's virtually. I don't actually go to the office at all. You know, somebody's giving you contract which goes into thousands. All we do is talk online, share the portfolio of what we want to do, collaborate online, and actually that is the only thing. Now we sign the contract and we move on. My question is, why can't I do that from Nigeria? There is no reason why I shouldn't be able to do that in Nigeria. Yes, we have challenges, like little annoying things like no constant electricity. You know, the infrastructure isn't there. But saying that, that should not stop us from growth. And I think with COVID, haven't changed things. We need to see things smartly. And like, as I've written here, the winners are the people that can see things smartly. And that's my main talk for today, is not to dwell on the challenges we have in Nigeria. Challenges will be there. Hopefully we will work and get rid of those challenges in due course. But for today, let's look at the positives of what we can get in IT, what we can use to resolve the challenges we have, like you know, the reduction of flooding, getting information out to people to understand that, you know, like the previous speaker said, if you put rubbish here, map out to them that if you put rubbish, like for instance, if you look at Agege, for instance, you put rubbish in the market drain there, you might think you live in Ogba, you will not be affected, or you will be affected, because that rubbish you poured in that after the end of the market at Ojuri would get as far as Ogba. and it will block the drains. People don't have the visibility of seeing what would happen. Whereas recently in the UK, as you all know, we have a drought and it's very dry. It's very easy to quickly see. I live next to the river, and there is, because of the drought and whatever and the change in currents, the river is very, very strong. And we've lost 2 people in that river in the past week or 2. It's the same river that people have we always swim in the mornings because they have something called wild swimming. But the data is now there that that river is not a place to go to because of the undercurrents that are happening. Do we have such things in Nigeria? No. Can we have such things? Yes, because we have things which are already there that we can use in what we call the cloud world, that would allow you to be able to do calculations. And I know that, as again, going back to the previous speaker said, there is, when 2 elephants fight, the grasshopper delivers and leaves. There's a huge brain drain, agreed. But I still believe that the people that are there, that are still left at home, are actually very good. And with the right skills and the right thing, they're able to bring a challenge and actually work with the global platform. So talking about working on the global platform, I'm saying let's use tech to our advantage. There's a lot of business ideas in the average Nigerian. It's a language, it's especially Yorubas, the language I understand most anyway, is we say we jama. Even growing up, my mom was a nurse at Luth, but the same woman that was a nurse at Luth had a business selling eggs from the local poultry. The same person had a little business every time she came to London selling, like ladies would know, butterfly gele and whatever. So we have always been people that we can do 2 or 3 things. And hence the reason why you find when Nigerians come to UK or in the States, the ones that want to work very hard are very successful because we have that inbuilt into us. And it will be a shame to see that eroding in the youths of today, because I think it's inbuilt in us and we can actually continue with it. So the business ideas we can have now is to start using IT to get them across. For instance, last time I was home, somebody was in Akure and she wanted to sell palm oil. But the thing is, she had to think about transportation. She had to think about getting people to know that it's straight from the farmers. And all those things can be done with IT because there are a lot of cars or a lot of vans going from Akure to Lagos daily. Why can't the little space in those vans be used for transportation? So if you have a platform where all the people involved in the logistics of that goods was there, with somebody who's built that business idea, it not only helps us getting food across, reducing waste, it also provides a means of keeping people in the village at a very comfortable level. And also it grows that market. Yes, it's a bit of an idea in the skies. However, if you have a tailor in Abeokuta today, and you're coming from the UK, you can actually have that tailor have your measurements. That's if you haven't put on weight in your 1 or 2 years of not being in Nigeria. But if you can have that tailor have a material sent to that tailor from motor park to motor park, and you get your outfit on your arrival in Nigeria. Why can't IT make that faster with the transportation of goods, food, and also if you have the data and you're processing things properly using IT, you can tell how people, not monitoring people per se on an individual level, but you can see the trends of what is happening and also monitor how diseases or certain trends of things are happening. Because when you travel to a few places like there's a waterfall just outside Oyo State, nobody seems to know that waterfall is there. When you get to the waterfall, it's very dirty. there is no data, there is no information to tell you when you should go there, when you shouldn't go there, and what you should be doing there to enjoy the place. So I think using IT and exposure would help the rural areas so they don't get decimated and they don't become places where there's nobody, everybody's gone to Lagos because there's no money to be made there. Now, looking at the global reach, we have companies in Nigeria already and in Ghana as well that actually are selling abroad. This is an example of two. And there's no reason why a Nigerian painter, because when I go home, I see a lot of people, young ones that have very good skills at designing or sewing or whatever to be able to go international. I'm not saying you become a millionaire overnight. However, you'll be able to sustain yourself without having to come abroad and do demeaning menial tasks, because you are home comfortably and you're growing. You might come abroad later in life or later if your company picks up, but you're coming abroad to visit, not to clean. So there is a big difference there. So moving on, do I think Nigeria can be the next Silicon Valley? Yes. When you look at the minds of the young ones, we do have a lot of people that have very good ideas, but they just need to be able to use it and move forward. The IT knowledge is high, because even if you go into the markets and you want to buy something, if you're pricing it too much, the mama, I don't have 100, I don't have 200 naira. Send a lot. That is IT. So because she knows you can't say, oh, this is the money in your pocket. If you don't have enough money, then send me an alert. That is IT. And if you look at some statistics using statista.com, in Nigeria alone, last year, there was 3,300 startups. Okay, maybe they didn't all make it to the forefront, but people started. And that is a big thing. Whereas the second country in Africa was South Africa, and they only had 600 startups. So Nigeria has that entrepreneurial spirit. Yes, I know there's a lot of things working against it, but we just have to swim against the tide. It's going to slow us down, but we just have to keep on going. Main thing, dependency on fossil fuel. That is not sustainable at all. For me, that's a big fat no. A few years ago, lived in the UAE, Abu Dhabi, and I worked in a place called Mazda. I've put the URL here. Mazda is a little town that was created by the Arabs to not to cut out fossil fuel and to develop using IT and have electric cars, and everything was IT generated, even the movement of air, and not using air conditions, and trying to build buildings where you could channel the wind. We in Nigeria are not looking at things like that. I think after COVID, we're going to have to start looking at it, because the cost of fuel in the UK is phenomenal. I have always used a petrol car, but I would think twice before I buy another car, because at the moment, my little car, it's an average of 80 pounds for a full tank. Why would I continue using petrol cars? So the young ones need to start thinking about how we can move away from this idea of it's all sustainable fuel. We need to start looking at the use of other technologies. I've been told I'm 20 minutes, so I need to move. so my final slide is connected to the world and with needed skills. Is leaving Nigeria the solution? I don't know. But I don't think we can all leave. But there are things that allow us to stay and still make the money. I work with some companies now who are based in Nigeria, and most of the IT staff are based in Nigeria. but they're working for foreign companies and getting paid in dollars. But you can't get this kind of jobs if you do not have the skills. You have to have the skills to be able to get the job. You know, like my grandmother used to say, probably the first Yoruba when we came back from Glasgow, because I was born in Glasgow, was manna will not fall from heaven. You have to work. So we have to get the skills, and there's a lot of places which you can get the skills from. You look like there's something called cloud computing. Some people might know. You have Azure, AWS, and you have Google platform. These are platforms which you don't have to have the IT. You already have services on there that allows you to do data analysis. You have the services that allows you to save data, and they've given special preference to what they call third world countries. I hate that word, but countries that are developing or whatever, they give us discounts to use their platforms. So I think it's some of the things where the young ones should be looking into learning those skills on those cloud platforms. Those platforms as well have services which can be geared towards the rural communities about data processing, accumulating data, processing certain things. You know, for instance, there was I think it's a year or two ago, and it's probably going to happen again, where we didn't have tomatoes at all. It's very, very expensive. Nobody seems to have the data why that happened. Okay, it was a drought. Why don't we have storage? Why, what more percentage of the things rotted away? And all those kind of services that we can tune are already on the cloud computing platform. So I will basically be leaving the young ones, and not the too much old people, to look at the benefits of the cloud computing, look at the benefits of the open source developments, because there's a lot of open things for free, which we can use and we can tailor to actually improve on the situation in Nigeria. I would like to say thank you. That's the end of my presentation. And thank you. So, are we taking questions now or later?
No, it will be later.
Okay, around what time?
Does anybody have a question? Questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Ajuri. We'll get back to you later.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I put the horse before the cart. I was the chairman of the team that spoke for the presentation. But because the man online, the full of now I will go on the high school to the high and the chairman the victim's opinion and take over the this guy
Okay, thank you everybody, and it's a pleasure to stand in for our Vice Chancellor, Professor Adipowani, and also to welcome everybody back to the high table. I was looking at it and I found out that it's not higher than that of the IT people. Theirs is even higher. We've listened to 2 presentations, and while we were doing that, our Baba Kabesi came in, and he has graciously allowed that we go on, and that after some time we will give his remarks. Thank you very much, sir. We've listened to Professor we've listened to Professor Tomori, who we all know, and we have heard about him. Now we are seeing him face to face. Baba, may God continue to keep you. We've also listened to Mr. Ujuri, his presentations. The 2 presentations are about emergencies, about epidemics, SDGs, what we need to do, how do we need to move on. Now we have one discussant, Dr. Akinyele, to discuss, and after that we'll listen. We'll spend a few minutes for questions and remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning to you all. I'm sure you've had a very interesting time with all the presentations we've had so far. The area I'm going to focus on in this discussion is something that was mentioned by my prof, my mentor, Professor Kubola, and he said he expects that in this gathering, our focus should be on the solution. We all know the problem, and quite a number has been itemized by the speakers. But what are the solutions we want to bring out from this gathering? Now, I'm going to also fall back on my Baba's presentation, talking about build back better and build forward better. We all know that the opportunity to improve the community's physical, social, and environmental conditions, that is what we need to be able to build back better. Looking back at different things, our culture, our ethics, those things that we hold dear, those things that are going to value in the past. I'm sure quite a number of us, you know that in the past, they will say that if you are a farmer, you can take your crops and put them by the roadside. Anybody going that wants to buy, we pick what he wants to buy and leave the money. Nobody will steal the money. Nobody will take your goods without coming, without putting money. That is something that used to be in the past. That's a culture that we need to bring back. That's an ethic that should be important to us in Nigeria. Now, there was some time ago, there was something that was in circulation by one of the colonial masters. That when they first came to Nigeria or Africa, they met a people of integrity, people that were forthright, people that were honest, people that were God-fearing, people that feared, anything evil, that they met these people. But the only way they would be able to colonize them is to bring them down, is to change those things, is to make sure that they bring discord, they set discord among those people. And unfortunately, they were able to achieve that. And that is why things that we value are no longer important to us anymore, like integrity, like some of our culture that are good, that are sound, that are dependable. If people who had left the country several years ago still find it important to make sure that their children outside with them are learning Yoruba, and yet our own children, we don't want them to learn Yoruba, we say they are speaking vernacular. Is that something we should encourage? These are the things that should be important to us, that we need to find a way of bringing back for us to be able to turn our country around, for us to be able to provide solution to the challenges we have in this nation. Now, I also wrote another thing that, one thing we also need to know to be able to bring back, build back better, is to learn from the errors of the past. What are the mistakes we have made in the past? What are the challenges that we faced and yet we have not been able to recover from them. For us to be able to build back better, we need to learn from those mistakes, those errors of the past, to be able to build and move forward in this wonderful nation. Now, for the building back better, we all know that Nigeria has had its own share of challenges, in even man-made, even things that we caused by ourselves. We all know that. But then, what is the way forward? We know that there is issue about economy, security, infrastructure. We have 8 MDGs, and which we achieved practically nothing. And now we have 17 SDGs that we want to move forward on. Where do we start? And 2030 is just around the corner. So we need to do the building back, and we need to do the building forward. And so for us to be able to recover from that challenges, we need to ensure that there is no going back from the gains of the recovery we've been able to have. I'm in academics, the lecturer in the University of Ibadan. Pre-COVID, very few of us think about online teaching. But post-COVID, or even during COVID, a lot of teachings were done online. The University of Ibadan Postgraduate College, also we have PhD exams virtually. For whatever reason, if the student or the external examiner is not available to come physically, we have exams virtually. That is post-COVID. And all these things we could actually sustain to make sure that we don't go back to the issue of everything must be physical, you know. All these are parts of technology that we need to encourage. Now, something that Paul said, he said immorality is doing what is wrong, irrespective of what is right. For us to build forward, we all need to look inward. Am I doing what is wrong, irrespective of what I know to be right? We need to think about it ourselves. And I think building forward can start from an individual. It can start from you, it can start from me. He also said conformity, which is very common to most of us, because everybody is doing it, and I don't want to be seen as the odd man out. Let me just join them. No, conformity doing what everyone does, regardless of what is right. If you know that something is right, you don't need to join the others to do it. You can stand and be the lone voice, and maybe your lone voice will change others. These are all the things I think we need to begin to look into to be able to move forward, build a better Nigeria, build a forward and better Nigeria for us. Now, Paul said one disease can wipe out all the economy, because we thought that health is not a money-generating venture. But if there is an outbreak, we all know how COVID works. We all know how economies crumble. Those watching CNN can see airports empty. It was as if it was unbelievable that some busy airports would be practically empty, nobody moving, you know, and a lot of economies were affected. And yet, we cannot say that we will not invest into health, because one single disease will crumble all the economies of the world, which most countries experienced during the COVID. And now monkeypox is here, Ebola, we all know how it went. So it's important for us to look at it. So I think we need to look at, take the path of self-reliance. And I'm of the opinion that the deliverance of Nigeria can only come from Nigerians. The white men will not do something if they will not gain from it. So for us to be able to say we want to build ourselves, then we must want to build our nation, then we must be ready to do the building, not depending on anyone, not thinking that help will come from abroad. Help may not come from abroad. If not for God's mercy upon us during COVID, maybe the whole of Africa would have been wiped out. Because initially they were busy fighting for themselves. Nobody was thinking of any other country. They blocked all entry. Nobody can run away from anywhere. Stay where you are and suffer whatever is happening in that place where you are. So it's important for us to look inward and know that self-reliance is important, not looking abroad or looking inwards to know what to do. Now, for Professor Dury's presentation, There's one thing that he talked about this tech, all of us using tech in a proper way, and it can be done. Nigerians are geniuses, we are brilliant, we're wonderful. Nobody can tell me that Nigerians are dull. If we're dull, we'll not go outside and making waves. Unfortunately, we may not have a conducive environment, but despite the inconducive environment, we are all still doing wonders. We're still doing great and mighty things. But now it's important for us to be able to use that thing properly. I know a lot of young people, just like Mr. Ojuru said, who are working for companies outside Nigeria, and they are earning their hard currency, and they will not make any noise about it. But then you must have the skill. So where do you get the skill? Fortunately for us, they've made some of these skills, a number of these skills available online. Some of them you don't even have to pay for them. So the honors now rest on us to find a way of developing ourselves to acquire the skill. You know, in the past, some people will say, if I go to school, where is the job after school? Nobody is getting any job, and there's no job. And I tell them, so when the job becomes available, is it the person that does not have the skill that will get the job? No. So to get the job, get the skill, and then you expect that the job will come. The same thing about all these online skills, all this technology. Get the skill that is required at minimum cost. Nothing is free, even in Freetown. So even if it means investing the little that we can to get all the skills, it is important for us to begin to look at that in the context of Nigeria. And just like he said, we cannot all run away. There's no country that can take all of us. So some of us will still be here to build. Some people will have opportunity to go. If you want to go, I always say it. I'm not saying you should not go, but please go legally. Don't go where you will see a policeman, you'll be looking for where to hide. That is it. Some of our young ones do that. You'll be looking for where to hide. Instead, go with full confidence. And if you see the policeman and he's asking for your documents, you can show him the documents. I'm here legally. I'm not hiding. So please, all of us cannot go, but if you are going, go legally, then develop yourself, even right here, before you go. And you might just find out that the opportunity you are looking for is right here, and you can have access to it. So please let us all look into that. Then, we can use technology for collaboration, all forms of collaboration. We have people advertising, yes sir, on their WhatsApp status, using all kinds of things on Facebook. So please, you can hit into all these things and use it to improve yourself, to develop yourself, to make progress. And together, we're going to make a better Nigeria. All of us know that fossil fuel is not sustainable. So different ideas, green energy, hydrogen energy, everything is, people are now doing several research on all these things to ensure that we have better source than fossil fuel. So please, let's tap into it. And one of the young ones, thank you, Mr. Ojuru, I will also begin to look at ways of developing myself. Maybe I'll begin to earn dollars from Nigeria. So please, I'm posting the challenge to every one of us. Please, whatever you can do, whatever you can learn to make yourself, to improve yourself, to develop yourself, so that together we can develop a better Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that was very explicit, and I enjoyed the comments, which are really good. So we move on to comments, questions, suggestions from every one of us. Okay, let me give numbers so that we can go on. I have one. What happened? If there are no questions, two things must have happened. It's either you were not listening or you didn't understand. So number two, yes, I've seen two people. So please, you cannot spend more than 1 hour. You spend more than 1 hour, I will raise up my hand and the mic will stop. Sorry, 1 minute. Sorry, you can spend more than 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for Professor Tomori and one other question for Professor Ujuri. You see, I think I'm right. Prof, you discussed with us the issue of build back better, build forward better. We started those developmental contemplations right from the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. Then we had 7. We failed. When I say we, I'm talking of the third world countries. Then, upon our failure, they now move the goals to 17, targets to 126, and the indicators to 230, 241. Somebody who has not made the WAEC, you are not telling him to go for master's degree. Don't we have a feedback in the third world countries to tell the Western that we need to build back? Let's achieve the 7 developmental goals first before we move to 17. Somebody who failed 7, now given 17 assignments, are we going to make it? Prof, now out there in UK, Professor Jury, you are talking about some technological breakthrough, this and that. Is the Western world, that's a question for you. Is the Western world interested in our technological breakthrough? I'm talking of implied neocolonialism here. The vehicles that were produced in Nigeria, they said they are substandard. The vaccine developed our professor of virology. They said that we have COVID vaccine from Britain or somewhere else. Are you people interested in our developments? I thank you very much.
Okay, the second person at the back.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for this privilege. My name is Bangbade Babatunde. Mine is not a question. It's rather a plea and then comment. Talking about digital technology, especially in the era of COVID, we are able to do online, do a lot of things. Even we did conferences, but there are 2 drivers that drive any digital technology. And we are not in an enabling environment for it. You can see we are hearing Mr. Ojuri far away. You can imagine if there's no land. You can imagine if the technology was not stable enough. It's like you don't be talking, either we see it or we don't see it. I'm making a point. And then I want to believe after this conference, there will be a communique that will be sent out to the stakeholders to work on the issue of electricity and stable internet connectivity. With this, we can now speak that we are doing something in this part of the world. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments or questions before we go to the presenters? Okay, let me start. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, I want to ask a question.
Sorry, as you introduce yourself, tell us who you are, where you are from. Are you from UK too?
I want to ask a question.
What told us where
my name is Ayode Jadaja from University of Ibadan. I want to ask a question. Can we is it not possible for us to identify the problems why we don't have power, why there is no infrastructure? The real problem why we don't have all those infrastructure first, before we talk about developing other sectors.
Okay, thank you very much. Why don't we have electricity and other infrastructure? I have opportunity for more questions, comments. So if we don't, so then Okay, Prof.
Thank you. I'm Lamin. Well, I will have give any comment about the last comment that was just passed. It's very sad. Why are we not having power? I'm telling you, sir, my man, without power, we are going to be there. And that is why we are always baffled. You can hear the presenter saying that he doesn't like to refer to third world country, where others are flying, we are still crawling. What has happened to the power? Even at your home, if you don't have power, if cockroach comes, it will hit you up. Talk less of rats or even the bandits coming now. Without power, the nation will not grow. I know how much must have been spent maybe having this place for this program. And I know the major focus is to have conducive environment, to have power. Without power, we cannot even stay indoor here. It will stop you. Talk less of industries. How many industries can we talk of in Nigeria today that are still residing in Nigeria? Most of them are gone to neighboring countries. Even Nigeria, that we are far beyond, they are now catching us up. In 10 years ago, we all went to the Republic of Benin to buy cars. You can't go there again because the Naira is worthless, and it's because of power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's have four questions already to give us this feedback on this office. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think the first point I'd like to make is that the world does not owe us anything. We are part of the world. And if the world knows us and we refuse to know, it's not their business. Nobody is here to spoon feed us. I'll give you 2 examples of 2 countries, and I will tell you some of the issues. I cannot at the age of 76, going 77, say that I'm poor because my father didn't send me to school. And you hear what I'm saying? I'm 77. And I'm saying my poverty is because my father didn't send me to school. What did I do from the time he didn't send me to school to this age? These are the things I think we need to think of. Our problem is not, as good as said, not resources. The problem is us. And I'll give you 2 examples. I'll give. India, those who are young, remember, stop taking the picture. Don't let me talk. So those of you who were very young, I mean, my age group, there are many of the teachers we had were Indians. I don't know how many people remember. They taught us in many of the schools. Where are they to go? The Indians are coming back as general managers of our company. They came as teachers. But what did they do? What happened? Their government did something to bring them back. They changed the environment, enabling environment. They created a new environment together. There was time when the Ghana was going back. When did it come? The Ghanaians were here all over. They are back in their country because they created a enabling environment, for their people to come back. Yes. I visited India some time ago and talk about, but now India is the greatest vaccine producing country in the world. And what did they do? The government came out and gave incentives, improved all the infrastructures, so many things they did to bring their people back. So when we are talking here and talking that the diaspora should come back, we are fooling ourselves again. Yeah, we are. Because why did they go away in the first place? Because no electricity, insecurity, as the situation improved. It does not. It has gotten worse. So why would they come back? They won't. I think these are things we need to do. That India in 1947 was begging for drugs and things to take care of tuberculosis and 2020, India was providing vaccines for Canada that gave them things. Let's ask the question, what did they do in between? But it's talking the same thing. I showed the slide. Same one in 1977. Is a never was. I mean, let's see, come back. I don't know. Again, 2020, whatever. You see, saying the same thing. So what has changed? These are the things that be different between. So that's the time for us to look back and forget about the white. No white man is going to give you anything. They will take advantage of you. You yourself know what we talk about. Who will see the leg of a madman? And then you say, what do you So we are Igweri, I'm sorry to use the word, and they are going our legs. And that's what is happening. And if we continue until we are certain of our mind, that enough is enough. And we can do that. And that's the issue of Gilbert was talking about. She mentioned, I also remember that people will leave food on the road and you put your money, without even letting people move to more modern things. In those days, the people who sell newspapers, when they were getting time, you will have somebody in front of the church hall. They put their papers there. Church hall, I'm not talking of my father's business. Put his papers there. And the man has another one in Melanie, he has this one. He can't be in the three places at the same time. So he leaves his newspaper there. You come in, pick your newspaper, you put your change, take the change there. That was the thing we're doing in those days. Today, they will not only kidnap him, they will take his paper and take his money. That's the difference we're talking about. And that's the issue of the build back we're talking about. India, all those countries, build back on their culture. China today is the world, one of the world leaders. They are anchored on their culture. So when the wind of change, it didn't blow them away, like it's blowing all of us now. They were anchored on their things, and this we're talking of traditional medicine. China still use their own traditional medicine. We all went back to India for medical tourism. There was a time we said the king of Saudi Arabia was needing what happened? Those are the things we need to look at. So let's forget about what is happening outside. I use the word equity. Equity is self-interest. When we sit down and start asking, oh, there's no equity. Take the time when the COVID vaccine came and we were not giving enough, and we were making so much issue about the COVID vaccine. And so, oh, no, this is inequity. This is what I said, but let's examine the situation. Examine the situation and support. I asked the question to some of my colleagues. I said, supposing it was Africa where we were all dying of COVID, and supposing it was Africa that had the vaccine, and there was no COVID, people in Europe were not dying, will you give the vaccine to them? You are not answering me. No, so why are you blaming them when they don't give you vaccine? When you yourself in that same condition, will not do the same thing. You are having the COVID, you have the vaccine, they don't have COVID like I mean, compared to you, and then you say, come and give me vaccine. The time when they were buying the vaccines, for COVID, nobody knew which one was going to work. So proactive countries bought 1, 2, 3 in case A does not work. B will work, C will work. Luckily for them, everything worked. Then you're asking them to come and give it to you. And then the most recent one, let me just give you one good example. Aspen, there's a company in South Africa called Aspen, which was making vaccines. Some of you remember. And then they said they were supposed to use it to make vaccines for Europe. And then we complained, no, you can't be making vaccines in Africa and then send it to you. Oh, okay. So we make it. Then they made 2 months ago, they are folding up because nobody is ordering the vaccine that they are making for Africa. And what did Ramaphosa say? Ramaphosa comes around and says, Europe, come and buy the vaccine and donate it back to us. And you begin to see some of the things that we ourselves need to examine ourselves. We need to begin to think. And that's the build back we're talking about. Whatever infrastructure you build forward on, if you don't think back on those ones, will be destroyed by the same thing. There's a newspaper today that the termites Excel. Yes. So I was saying, the man said shocked. I said, who was shocked? Is it the termites or the man who got the because these are the issues we need to begin to think of. We need to begin to look at blaming other people for our own problems. These are things we need. I mean, the economy and all the things we're talking about. Since when all the years that we have the oil and things like that, what do we do with it? What do we do with the money? Where did the money go? Again, I point the point that today we are talking about ASU strike. 6 months, 7 months. The people who we are talking to, all their children are graduating in Europe today. Go and look at your newspaper. This is season of graduation. All their children are graduating there, and you are saying that, wait. I mean, so for me, I think it's enough for us to stop looking at this. It is in our hands. The second country I wanted to talk about was Sri Lanka. How many of you remember what happened in Sri Lanka? They had a government like our own and made up their mind. No face enough. They right there, feed all the food, and the government, the president resigned outside the country. The prime minister disappeared. They took their own in their life and said to do so. Again, I want to give the example of India. India was in the same position as we are. Singapore was the same position as we are when Papa started. They took a decision. When the people make up their mind that it's time for us to do something right, then they did something right. Let me ask, I don't want to expect an answer from many of you. Given the position, how many of you, when you see what is wrong, you condemn it and not be afraid will not be afraid to say what the person is doing wrong? We have sayings in our place saying you don't count the person who has 9 fingers. You don't count it in front of you. Why not? If he has 9 fingers, he has 9 fingers. There's nothing you can do about that. My friend, you have 9 fingers. You start pretending. You start saying, we know what is wrong, we won't do it. In our own individual places, let's forget about governor and all that. The man at the gate, if you won't open the door for me and want to give until I give you money, if he becomes God president, he will still billions. Simple things like that. At your place where you are, how effective are you? How honest are you? How in terms of integrity? All those, some of us who are here, how many papers have been forged? Your publication, how many data have been manipulated? So we blame all those people. It starts from us. It starts from me as an individual. What am I doing? What am I doing? And if you don't do it, you can't condemn any other person. So in the little things that we're doing, sorry to be that person. Obviously, I won't say this. We say we're going to start at 9. How many people came here at 9? Yeah, raise up your hand. Okay, don't raise. I mean, when we say these are little things that we need to listen. I knew many people who were here before 9. They must have sacrificed to be here at 9. That's what we're talking about. So let's forget about the president. Let's start with ourselves individually. And then we need to see the difference. So the question you raised, nobody is going to help it. Forget colonialism. We're not the only one under colonialism. India was, so Singapore was, Indonesia was. The Indonesian ambassador came to discuss in a vaccine reduction last 2 weeks ago. And I'm looking. Indonesia was in the same position as Nigeria was. Now we're begging them to come and make vaccine for us. What is wrong with us? It's our own problem. And therefore, let me just stop there because one can go on and on.
Thank you very much. I think a lot has been said. There's only one lesson that I learned from Prof's response, and that is that nobody will help you. You have to carry your cross by yourself and help yourself. And the reason why we are in this conference is to fashion a way to help ourselves. As we move on, I will implore us to discuss less on the problems. We all know what the problems are. I also know the problems. What are the solutions? Solutions. That's what will move us forward. Now, Professor Ojuri, if he's still online, you can give us his response to the questions. Okay, it's not currently online. So it's on that note that I want to thank everybody. No, I cannot understand. Right? So do you still have anything to add? Okay.
Thank you. What I will just contribute is this. The problem we have
I will not know whether I will call myself poor. But the problem we poor people have is that we have unnecessary penchant for luxury. We develop unnecessary tastes. Things we are not producing are what we are using. We like a lot of important things, and we can condemn our government a lot. If people that are rich can afford important things, we that are poor, why don't we use our local things? I am not sure that most of these important things that are cutting away our money, can you believe it, that the majority of this money are coming even from the poor? When they did generator, they did bypass my neighbor. They did big daddy. Then before they went to very high ones, the level of oppression that is highest is among the poor. If you are living in this so-called face apartment, you will know what I'm talking about. That is why you will see most of these people that are living in that area, they look somehow always stressed. They look almost always stressed because of the noise of this generator and all this. They buy so much on themselves that they can afford. I have a lot of friends, even in this Bodija market, all these people that are riding trucks, people that are selling meat. The people, the ones among them that are making the cheapest money in day is making around 35,000 naira every day. I'm not sure. I don't make a third of that money a month. I will have our salary. See bets. They will always tell me, Alako, we are, you don't have problem. Why? It is because of the way they spend the money. So can we start by examining ourselves? I am not sure that most of the things a lot of people spend their money on in this country, if they can live reality, the people that are investing the money will have another thing. We are the ones that are backing these people up. The super rich, they are very few in number. The minimally rich, they are not as much. It is the poor people that are much. And the little we are able to make, we still spend it buying the things that is fueling their oppression, their oppression on us. And these are the area where we're from. I'm in the area of indigenous knowledge and multi-stakeholder analysis. And I find out that the level of oppression, the highest level of oppression is among the poor. And if we can look into this area, and everybody will start living within what they can afford, or will, that is when we are likely to start moving forward. Please, that area is very, very important. You cannot spend what you are not making. And that is why a lot of people that are doing that have so much problem. So, thank you very much. Please look into that.
Thank you. Yes. I'm going to leave us with this. Despite the challenges, please let's think out of the box. There was a photograph of a child that was living in a place where there was no lights, but there were street lights in their area. The child left that to come and do the assignment by the street lights. So please think out of the box. You don't have to follow the law, but that's how it is.
They said we should think out of the box. What if there is no box anyway? Okay, if there is no box, create one. When you create, think within the box. When the thinking is not working, throw away the box and think outside the box. Thank you very much. We hope that nobody will steal the box. As we close this session, I think it is important for us to listen to the Royal Father of the Day, His Royal Majesty, Oba Reverend Ademola Olubile Folakanmi, Makule Doye II, Alado of Ado Awaye.
I want to express an apology for coming late. It was not my usual practice. Those who invited me knew that, but there were circumstances that were beyond my control, so I'm sorry. I want to appreciate God for the organizer of this special program. The little discussion I met, I was crying in the heart. It is a summit that has come at a very right time, especially this post-COVID era. And I also want to appreciate the resource people who have spoken, those I met and those they made reference to when I came. I'm sure they have done best justice to the issue at stake for the day. Well, by way of my personal contribution and observation, much has been said. Research, those of us in the academics, needs to continue in the field of research. And when research are in operation, there should be a way of encouraging those in the industrial line to support our researchers, and most particularly those of us in the civil world, civil society, also have parts to play, and most importantly, the government. I would expect that a summit of this nature in our land should have a core government representation on seat. This, I'm sorry, could be a misplacement of value and priority. Well, who is government? I think it's myself and yourself. Most of us that are sitting here today will become governor tomorrow, senators tomorrow. Because those we are calling government now, they are part of us before. They exit to that life. Some of us will see a seat tomorrow. Just like my elder Pop said that we blame those people at the top there. But what we do in our little way. So I think our government should be more proactive in supporting visions and ideas that will bring sustainable development to our nation like this. I want to end by making a bitter reference to one of the cardinal points raised by one of our resource person, forgotten the name. Okay, as she mentioned, especially in the area of building back, where she made a funny illustration of what happened when we were very young, when a young seller will put yam and the price tag, and somebody will come and just pick the quantity the money has scanned. And this integrity are leaving us. Why? This is the area I want us to, the discussant, the organizer to see. It is my belief that the best government and the most ancient government in the world is the monarchy. Even in the UK, the role that Queen Elizabeth played in the management of that country cannot be overemphasized. And when we were very young, in the pre-1979 Constitution, we're all aware that the governor of the state, the local government, and every other person in the government, before they put across any entity for action, we have a fear. What will our monarch say? Will this go in line with their interests? Because they know that the monarch holds the community. If I'm a governor, I may be there for 4 years or 8 years ago. But the Oba is there until it's called home beyond. But after 1999, the Constitution said the monarchs are reduced to ordinary leave. And so nobody is there to checkmate whatever even the chancellor is doing. Because the monarch is even under the control of the chancellor. Yes, no matter what position, the chancellor of the ward of any monarch in your state, see, I may say, over the Oba. And so nobody is there to say, no, that is not appropriate. No, that will not help our development. No, that will not help our future. When we started, I'm sorry, sir. When we started this country, we started with cocoa, talking about building back. Cocoa came and gone. Where did it go? And where did it go? Oil took over. I'm very sure oil is going. A few years' time, we may no longer be talking about oil. And we see countries that are living in tourism doing very well all over the nation. Come back to Nigeria. No government from the federal, the state, and the local has ever been thinking, by the time our oil is gone, what do we rely upon? My prof said, the wife prepared, they bought this vaccine, 1, 2, 3, before the COVID came. Now COVID came, you want to have it. And he said, no, we cannot have, we cannot give you. By the time the oil goes, what do we do? Look at all the tourism potentials we have in our nation. We are sitting on gold mine on top. I think our researchers should dwell deep in that, with prayer that God will give our government listening ears. In conclusion, I want to appreciate the organizer of this special program. I believe that the communique that will eventually be prepared will reach our stakeholders who are not here, so that everybody will now go back. Like Madam said, and like Prof also said, that we are not expecting anything from anywhere. I'm the one we are talking to. I will not expect anything from anywhere. I want to promise, and I want to think all of us will do that I'm leaving this place to act on your counsel. That I will not be looking forward for the government to build my community again. I want to see what I can do. I will look within the box.
Thank you, sir. May you live long. and may you be blessed with good health and prosperity. You and your kingdom. This is the end of this session, and we'll be moving to the next session. But before we move to the next session, I want to use this opportunity to thank everybody on the high table. I thank Dr. Ismail. What's your name? Aziz, Dr. Akiyele, and our Vice Chancellor here, Professor Adebaoye, as well as our Baba. I've always been thinking when I live past ago that someday when I grow up, I want to be like you. Professor Tomari, thank you very much. Kabesi, thank you very much. I thank everybody on the table. I will move to the next session quickly. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Excuse me. So who is going to organize the next session, please? We are already far behind.
Thank you, everyone. We want to move to the next session, and there will be slight amendments in the program. All of us we have a copy of our agenda. Because of the challenges we have for the planning of this program, there will be a little readjustment in our concurrent presentation. So the concurrent that we're going to do now will be upgraded to the plenary. And we are going to have 5 presentations. 5 presentations. We are going to have 3 physical presentations and 2 virtual presentations. The session is going to be chaired by two men, 2 of our coordinators. So the 2 people that will moderate this session for us, like co-chair, we have one of our professors from campus, is the current HOD of the history department of our university. So Rashid Olani, welcome to the ITV. He's going to be assisted by one of our coordinators, is the one in charge of sustainable rural development for our sector, Dr. Olusola Padairo. Now, there will be 5 presentations at the early said, 2 virtual presentations. The first, the 2 virtual presentations will be delivered by will be the presentation of R.S. Dauda, O.O. Olajire, and O.O. Yeleke, talking on health financing, environmental quality, and life expectancy in West and Central Africa. That's the title of the first virtual presentation. The second virtual presentation will be delivered by M.A. Apa, and title is Sexual Harassment in the Nigerian Tourism Industry and Literature Review. Those are the 2 virtual presentations that we're going to give. I will leave that decision of which one to do for the chairman to make. For the physical presentations that we are going to do, the physical presentation, the first one will be is the paper by O.A. Odekuri and L.O. Olasheni, titled Modeling Women's Preference for Articles of Long-Acting Reversible Contraceptives. The second one will be delivered by M.D. Ekpeyong and A.E. Kayode, titled COVID-19 Pandemic and Sustainable Development Goals in Nigeria, a focus on blended learning in teaching and
learning. And the third and the final physical presentation for today will be done by HB Oludu and MARM. Like to the part of COVID-19 pandemic and performance of small and medium-sized enterprises in Ilorin metropolis. So the three physical presentation to be done by okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We like to call on the presenters. Are they here? Where is MG FAO and A Coyote? MG FAO. Yes, yes, please come forward. Then HB Olodo and MAR. Are you here? Please come forward. OA Protectoring and LO Olashende. Okay, please come to the side. We also have virtual presentations by Apan and okay, yes, and then RS Dauda, Olajire, and Oyeleke. So we'll call on them later. So please, FAO and AE Coyote, can we have your presentation? I'm not ready. Are you ready? You are not ready. HB Olodo and MRM, are you ready? Yes. Okay, please. You have 10 minutes. I hope you have my microphone over there. Otherwise, take this. Sorry.
Your time is going. Are you ready now? Yes, sir. Is FIO ready? Yes,
Good afternoon, sirs and ma'am. I'm here to represent Modeling Women Program for attributes of long-acting contraceptive. Modeling women preference for attributes of long-acting contraceptives by A.O. Obekuni and L.O. They are from Department of Statistics, University of Ibadan. Under the following outlines: the introduction, problem of statement, aim and objective, some literature review, methodology, data analysis and results, in conclusion. Contraceptive. Contraceptive is a device or drug that prevents a woman from becoming pregnant, or a chosen method preferred by a woman to prevent and solve from unwanted pregnancy. So according to National Population Commission 2018, there is a major grouping of contraceptive, which is the traditional and the modern. The traditional is the rise and the withdrawal, while for the modern, we have the sterilization, the intrauterine device, which is IUD, pill, injectable, implants, condom, and lactational ammonia method, LAM. So for the modern, we have further grouping, which we refer to as the irreversible and the reversible method. The irreversible method is the vasectomy and tubal ligation, while the reversible ones, we all have further grouping, such as the short-acting reversible contraceptive. In that category, we have the oral pills and condoms, the long-acting reversible contraceptive. For that, we have the implant and the IUD injectable. So in Nigeria, generally, we believe that the use of contraceptive among women is very low. And within this 16.6% of women using any of the method, we discovered that 7.4% of them are using any of the lab, which is IUD implant or the injectables. So studies have modeled the relationship between contraceptives, choice and age, and also evident that life stage drive contraceptive decisions. We have some literature review due to my time. Some have research on the short and the long-acting reversible ones. According to Abdurrahman et al. 2019, differences in pattern of contraceptive use among some groups are due to language speaking at home and the women level of schooling. But for this research, we use the DCE, discrete choice experiment, is applied when the response faces a choice among a set of alternatives that is finite in nature, mutually exclusive and exhaustive. So, with Bush 2014, it presented the optimal design that are developed from fractional factorial design for estimation of main effects, where attributes have same number of levels and the level is a prime or power of prime. So, Callahan et al. 2021 applied this design to support optimal product design, to optimize the design of a contraceptive microarray patch on women preference in India and Nigeria. And it found out that most attributes are effects on menstruation. And for the percentage of the India, we have 55%, and Nigeria, we have 42%. Preferred the regular period and duration of effectiveness. In India, we have 13%, and in Nigeria, we have 24%. So, statement of the problem: women naturally tend to choose contraceptive products from which they derive satisfaction. They usually consider certain factors in making their choice. Therefore, companies producing contraceptives need to identify their needs and perceptions about the price, the product, and the life, and other factors. So, therefore, this study employed a discrete choice experiment to investigate women's preference for land in Ibadan metropolis. So, the aims and objective of the study is to investigate factors which influence women's choice of method of contraception in Ibadan. And the specific objective are to obtain pattern of contraceptive uses among women in Ibadan, to construct a DCE experiment using the optimal design, and to identify attributes women consider most important when choosing a lab. Also to obtain the willingness to pay estimates of the attributes. The experimental design is used. I've mentioned it earlier that the optimal fractional factorial design was used, and the DCE is some. With this, I have 4 attributes in this experiment. As we go on, we see further. I worked on, the attributes. I worked on 4 attributes: effect on weight, cost, contraceptive effectiveness, and effect on bleeding. Now, for me to, and I have them at 3 different levels. So the complete experiment is supposed to give me 81. That is 3 by 3 by 3. The statistician in the house understand better what I am saying. So it will be too ambiguous for a respondent to choose within 81 choice sets. And that is why we now employ the D-optimal experiment to choose. And in order to is a design that maximizes the determinant of the Fisher information matrix, assumes all alternatives are equally attractive, leading to the construction of the local optimal design constructed from a starting design F. So from there, we had a generator which is n-1 to it in order to create our own. This is the look for the options, the 3 options that I worked on. The first, this is the optimal design for stated choice experiment. Choice design with K equals to 4, M equals to 3, and our phi equals to 3 also. So, sample of choice. This is one of the a sample of choice sets from the questionnaire, the way it is being adopted from the optimal. And we were able to choose the DCE was used to reduce the 81 choice set that's supposed to, in total, that we're supposed to have. So we have 9, and to test for the consistency of the respondents, we repeated the first choice set to every questionnaire. So the analytical techniques conducted was multinomial logic for DCE and not for the normal multinomial, and willingness to pay. So sampling design, it was a primary data in 3 stages and random selection of 4 out of 11 local governments in Ibadan. The local government here, Ibadan Southeast, Ibadan Southwest, Ido, and Oluyole. The 4 public facilities were chosen, 1 primary, 2 secondary, and 1 tertiary at random, and 150 women were sampled. So this is the results. This is the first figure. The figure 1 is showing the pattern of contraceptive usage. These are the numbers of women on each of the products. While the figure 2 is showing the marital status of those using the figure 3.
You have to document this.
So among the women, we have further analysis that shows the age group of the users, but from the analysis we discovered that majorly the lab is having the highest number of users. The number of children is within the 3 to 4 people. So we have for the multinomial logics, because the effectiveness and the bleeding are statistically significant, and for the comparison purpose, I discovered that AIC and BIC favors the ML, the multinomial logics, comparing the multinomial logics and the mixed logics. So findings: 80% of the women use lab that is the implants, the injectable, and the high yield. And majority of these women have between 3 to 4 children. The point estimate shows that all prevalence parameters are negative and statistically significant, though at different levels. This means that all attributes create a disutility to the contraceptive user. Additional weight reduces contraceptive users' utility by 6% from the findings, and cost reduce the utility by 0.003%, which meant that women derive higher utility from very low cost of lack. The failure rate, the effectiveness, reduces the utility by 11.44%, which implies that the utility decreases as failure rate of contraceptive increases. This, in turn, will reduce the choice probability of the lack with the attribute of more failure rates. Bleeding has the highest utility of 26.626%, which implies that the utility decreases at the rate of bleeding as the rate of bleeding increases. This in turn will reduce choice probability of lack within the attribute of more bleeding. For the willingness to pay, only 2 statistically significant variables are the effectiveness and the bleeding. So contraceptive users are willing to pay as much as 3,459 naira for contraceptive that is highly effective. I'm rounding up. Highly effective, and that the group of lack have dominated contraceptive users among women who patronize public facilities in clinics in Ibadan. Decision makers, lastly, decision makers in public health domain and contraceptive manufacturers should consider producing implants, IUD, and injectables that are highly effective with very low bleeding for women. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much. So please kindly note your questions and comments down after the presentations we have them. So I will now call on the next group. Is Ekpeyong and Tayo ready now? Yes. Okay, please, let's have the presentation. 10 minutes. Hello, ma, what's happening? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues and senior colleagues. We are all welcome again to this international conference. I'm here together with my author. We are co-authors of this paper titled COVID-19 Pandemic and Sustainable Development Goal in Nigeria, a focus on blended learning teaching. And we presented this paper this day together with the author. One of them was from a presently postdoctoral fellow in South Africa. The outline of our paper have been listed. You can see, you can read it. The introduction to our paper is that the global challenges that happened in 2020 disrupted the whole economic sector in education in Nigeria, threatening the teaching and learning, especially in all the secondary school, university levels, and tertiary institutions generally. We know that blended tools have been part of the ICT integration, even into the teaching and learning. Though the outbreak of that COVID-19 was a shock to Nigerian education sector. As it has been threatening the education sector, this development is of great concern to Sustainable Development Goal number 4. The introduction also makes it to understand that in the few decades, technologies uses have been emphasizing into the face-to-face education, but Nigerians will not pay attention and it brought us suddenly. So we can understand that the use of blended learning will make these students to learn even without going to classroom base. Blended teaching and learning are often used before, even into a new form of technological tools that can be involved with interactive participation online, such like synchronous and asynchronous system method. So you can see some of the technological tools that we are being used in this new era. But most of these students, they know how to use it because many students are adapted to the uses of these technology tools in their phone, with their laptop. So using of blended learning into the traditional education will make it easier for our students and teachers in this era. We noticed that during the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020, the federal government of Nigeria and the National Center of Disease Control, NCDC, were at the forefront to combat even the spreading of the diseases. But they were not concerned about the teaching and learning for our students. The closure of the school was being made. Public schools and tertiary schools and universities were closed down suddenly. During this post-COVID-19 era, we can now realize that we are finding it difficult even to embed the new technology into the teaching and learning. The absence of blended learning in our teaching method likely to translate, if we don't have this method in our teaching, to a bottleneck in the education sector for future and negative effect on ascertaining of a sustainable development goal in Nigeria. So what are our research questions? The study focus on what is the role of blended learning in sustainable education in the face of the global disaster at the level of education in Nigeria. The second question is that what are the benefits of blended learning to students in the educational traditional learning? The third questions were what are some of the challenges affecting even the implementation of this new technology blended learning? Those many literature reviewed were certain, and part of them is Adobe 2017, Abodor in 2018. They have been emphasizing that the researcher that we should be working globally in the teaching and learning to enforce the use of e-learning to blend the face-to-face traditional teaching and learning in Nigeria method. Even Kayode et al. 2019, Kopa et al. 2018, you can see that these researchers, they have been talking about the integration of ICT before the surface of the COVID-19. Another researcher, Islam et al. 2020 said, integration of digital tools, applications has been taking over virtual teaching and learning now. So we can see a lot of Kayode and Ekoyon, the authors now. In 2020, we concluded that the use of blended digital tools by our students in their learning give them room to learn on their own pace. So over the last few decades, technology is not a new thing. ICT has been developed immensely. It's only that we teaching and learning did not impacted it into our teaching. Kayode and Govenda mentioned that in 2021. So what's our methodology for this study? Our methodology used descriptive survey. Design was adopted by qualitative intensive interview. The population comprised the group of teachers and students in our education. The secondary school of Ibadan North and some lecturers were being interviewed. What is the result from this study? The result now found out that it will be convenient for students. I will pause here for my co-author to continue.
Thank you very much. The results, because we had to interview, we had to carry out in-depth interview and key informants to really get the facts from our respondents, and then after interacting with them, discussing with them, we discovered that all in all, the use of blended learning will give the students opportunity of exploring all other technological tools. You know, only the face-to-face, they rely on listening to their teachers and the book, and then, but with the blended, they'll be forced, they'll be exposed to other technological tools. And then we also found out that the students will not be locked out at home, as it happened in 2020. Even if we face any other global disaster, any other lockdown, wherever they are, they'll be able to continue with their education. Even the teachers too will be able to continue. And then we then found some of the challenges. Of course, it's there, and we all know the challenges remains. We've had them over the years, and we're still having them now. And we are saying that if something is not done, we continue to have. So some of them, epileptic and unsteady power supply, lack of infrastructure and basic amenities, high cost of all these technology users and everything. So there are many more that we face. Even the teachers, none of them are trained. The students will have to be exposed to the use of all this online learning and everything. But of course, the curriculum situation in the country, the federal government needs to do something about it. Thank you very much.
So we'll now continue to finish up. What are the conclusions of this study is that the researchers revealed that both teachers and lecturers, teachers, students, they are ready to shift to these new technological tools. The researchers also concluded that the utilization and the effectiveness usage of digital tools, the traditional method will enhance our teaching and learning to be in line with the global use. The recommendation is that the study suggested that great emphasis must emphasize the usage of blended learning. So we'd like to acknowledge the management of Global University of Technology from South Africa, which shall be promised to fund the payment for the research work in many international reputable journals. Also, the teachers, the students that will use their time to participate in our interview. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Miss, is there any question for us?
Thank you. We have that. Can we just appreciate the two presenters, or the three presenters this time? And we have taken two presentations, and I'm sure that we all followed, and then we enjoyed those two presentations. The first on preference for attributes of LARCs, talking about long-acting reversible contraceptives. I am sure that many of us find that very interesting. The second was just making an argument for
the need to embrace blended learning models in teaching and learning in our schools. Now, we want to leave the floor open for questions. I assume that we have some questions, maybe one or two, at most 3 questions. I want those questions to be very brief, straight to the point, so that the presenters can react or respond to them appropriately. Is anybody with any question? If you have questions, please, you can signify by raising your hand. Yes. Yes. Can we just take numbers now? Okay, we have just 1 person. We have 2. Please kindly introduce yourself and then go straight to your question.
My question goes to the first presenter. Your course of study, were you able to discover maybe some traditional methods used by the women for family planning, like maybe plants or any other thing to use for as family planning?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Femi, and the question is directed towards the second presenter. Thank you so much for your presentation. What I want to say is just a comment. So it's a given that blended form of learning will offer a greater advantage than either mode would give. That is, it's better than strictly physical learning or strictly online learning. But for those in rural communities, it's going to be a challenge to reach out to them. So I would just advise, can you suggest that as a recommendation, we probably should talk about how private sectors and governments and several organizations can come together to see how we can reach out to those rural communities. Thank you so much.
Yes, I guess we just have, the second was a recommendation. Thank you for that recommendation. So can the first presenter now respond to the question?
Actually, for the purpose of this research, it was for long-acting contraceptive. We know there is existence of traditional method, but we are not into that. We only major on long-acting contraceptive, which are the injectables, the IUDs, and the other one, which is
okay. But I was thinking that maybe just take this as an addition to improve your paper. If you have the opportunity to still do, I was thinking that your paper will be much more robust and more beautiful if you have considered selecting respondents from different spheres of kinds of environment. I think you selected the respondent from maybe you can have rural. Some women from rural environment, some from urban environment, some from apart from rural urban differences. We also consider indicators that can give you a lot of variations, which you can now include in your regression model. And then you can see determinants. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. We can see, because I was really expecting to see more about factors that encourages our encouragement to use contraceptives, and then just beyond the idea of the effective level of effectiveness. All these salient issues, factors, social factors, economic factors, and I think that if you actually vary, by broadening the scope of the environment from which your respondent was sampled, you might be able to as well achieve that, and that will be much more beautiful than just that. So we've done well, and I think for the second presenter, the methodology is not well presented, but I guess because of the time constraints. But if you are funding to publish this kind of work, you must ensure that, because I was thinking that we were going to use like thematic analysis or atmosphere. Did you do that?
We are using qualitative and using methodical application to combine our interview questions to the analysis. So we can't be saying everything together.
Thank you. Thank you. I know. When I say I must say I mean it's qualitative. That's thematic analysis. Thank you. Yes, Professor. Thank you. I mean, yes. My question comes to the first. You mentioned that you had almost 11, about 11% failure of fiscal control. Then it gives me more one. At this stage, especially from these are things that are promoting. The 11% is too high. It's a failure. And that is why most people are running away from this method and going to urban methods and method of controlling. So I want you to address this and put it to explain. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I think that's just a recommendation. 11% is scary actually for them, particularly given the current economic hardship. So everyone is trying to run away from multiple paths. There are a lot of discussions, that surrounds the need to actually control our population, because the population growth and the economic growth, they are not happening, at the same pace. Economic is not really, our economic growth or indices is not really very encouraging. And that means that you have to do something about population growth. And one way is actually by encouraging women, particularly those who are, how do we call them now, who are, I'm talking of those who are affected by poverty, vulnerable, those who are vulnerable, so that we can have, better, life. Thank you for those presentations and for the questions. Can we go ahead with our presentation?
Okay, thank you very much. So let's have a presentation from H. Lolo and MARM. We have 10 minutes. Thank you.
All protocols will be observed. I am HB Olodo, and we here is MARM, and I'm here to present our paper titled Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on the Performance of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises in Ilorin Metropolis. The COVID-19 pandemic, as we all know, has jeopardized the country's activities. Aside the fact that it has affected the well-being of people, it has also compelled businesses to adapt to so many disruptions in supply chain. It has affected consumer demand nutrition. It has also led to layoffs of so many staff in businesses. Thereby, most SMEs lack business continuity strategies, and they could not even meet up with the demand. And also, this has led to a reduction in the profit that is being made over time. And this has led to why this study intends to look at the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on performance of small and medium-sized enterprises in Ilorin Metropolis. The hypothesis for this study is that there is no significant relationship between COVID-19 pandemic and sales performance of SMEs in Ilorin Metropolis. Literature review. Like I said earlier, the COVID-19 pandemic is the coronavirus virus, which spread across countries, and some of the concepts that were revealed in the course of this study is one, the COVID-19 pandemic, SMEs, and organizational performance. SME can be defined as a small and medium-sized enterprise, which is a business that maintains revenues, access to several employees below a certain threshold. And for the purpose of this study, 5 types of SMEs we're actually looking into, which are the technical, and the technical refers to like engineers, scientists, lawyers, medical professionals, etc. While the hybrid talks about professors, learned people from the institutions or educational sectors. While instructional talks about teachers who has considerable online experience, who could give their online knowledge and contribute to the development of SMEs. While functional talks about programmers, software engineers. These are those that do the website design, make sure the businesses are online and likes. The functional talks about the skilled, the artists, the photographers, the writers. Then the sentinel SMEs are those in charge of activities that refer to as CEOs, grant committees, governing boards, etc. So the theory for this study is actually based on the rational choice theory, which is also often referred to as the choice theory. And most times this theory states that individuals use rational calculations to make rational choices and achieve outcomes that are aligned with their own personal objectives. That is, they make use of what works for them in a way of minimizing cost and maximizing profits. So whatever strategy is going to be employed by SMEs, there are those that will ensure that they get the maximum output in whatever situation they find themselves and also minimize costs. Methodology. This study employed the survey research design, and the sample size of 103 was actually employed for the purpose of this study, while structured questionnaires were distributed among the SMEs, which was employed using the 5 Likert scale, ranging from responses ranging from very probable to not all likely. The data gathered was analyzed using both descriptive and frequency table and pie charts, and also, sorry, there's a mistake there. It's Pearson, it's not Spearman. Pearson was used to analyze the data gathered. From this pie chart, sorry. Yes, the industry statistics shows an analysis of the impact of SME business performance in Ilorin metropolis during the COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria, in Ilorin, sorry. And it was gathered from the table that all the items that were examined were jointly significant at 5% confidence level, which provides, which shows that all variables that were considered has an impact on the sales performance of SMEs in Ilorin metropolis. And from the table, from the test of hypothesis, all the variables that were examined, all the tables that were examined shows that the relationship between the dimensions of impact of COVID-19 lockdown and sales performance among SMEs was discovered that from the variable 1, which talks about reduction in production, to the second variable, transferring of businesses from offline to online, and also reduction in demand for products, all have significant effect or impact, sorry, on the sales performance of SMEs. And the implication is that SMEs, irrespective of this, continue to intensify efforts in making sure that they meet up with sales deliveries and try as much as possible to be in, to keep themselves in business. According to this research, the findings shows that most SMEs in Norway were severely impacted by COVID-19 epidemic. And this finding is buttressed by the study conducted by Patrick et al., who also found out that most businesses were negatively impacted during the COVID-19 lockdown. And the research indicates that worries of entrepreneurs, particularly SME owners, about the effects of pandemic on their businesses has a significant, they all experienced significant drop in sales during the COVID-19 epidemic. Conclusively, the study shows that there's a significant decrease in supply chain interruptions, demand, supply of raw materials. There were issues in transportation, even canceling of delivery orders, and so many delays in deliveries were experienced during this lockdown. And the study recommends that government may assist SMEs at this time by lowering taxes or providing cash grants, loans that are accessible in form of financial assistance, and this could also be done through agencies that would help fund SMEs to get their feet back in business and also keep the business sustainable. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. So we now have the online presentations. Are they ready? Who's ready? No? We have MBA Fund. Abba is not there. And Dauda. Dauda is there. Okay, please, let's have Dauda. 10 minutes.
Mr. Dauda, you can share your slides once you're ready. And I'm going to do. Yes.
All right, good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. We can hear you, Mr. Dauda.
All right, so let me share my slide.
All right, sir.
Okay.
You need the microphone?
No. Yeah, can we see my screen? I want to be
Yes, I can see you. I can see your screen.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. So my study, our studies in health medicine. What's happening? There's interference. All right, can we hear me now? So, am I good to go?
That's all. Hold on in a minute, sir.
All right.
You can hear me, sir. I'm trying to put your slide. You might have to stop sharing.
Yeah. Yeah. Ṣé ẹjọ́ yìí ni? Okay, bóyá ó dà pé mi ò bá yẹn ló ń cause interference ẹ lè wá join mi níbí because kìíní ẹ̀ ń kọ́. Okay. Okay.
Hello, doctor. You are live now.
Okay. Hello? Okay, I can.
Yes, sir, you can start the presentation.
All right.
Put your slide in the full screen, sir.
Thank you, sir. So our study is on health financing, environmental quality, and life expectancy in West and Central Africa. This is the content of my presentation. So let me quickly, okay. So these are the issues I have to examine. We'll look at the introduction. The introduction is married with literature. Then I look at method. To live the prevailing patterns of mortality at the time of his or her birth remain the same throughout his or her life. Now, looking at life expectancy generally, we discover that it has continued to rise across the globe in all countries. If you look at this, my table 1, you will see that since 1960, in all regions of the world, as we have it there, the variable has been rising. And if you look at the last part of the table, we have average life expectancy in the world, that is global average life expectancy. So you will see that it has risen from 53 years in 1960 to 73 years in 2020. And if you look across, you will see that only Sub-Saharan Africa and then West and Central Africa, of which which also belongs to Southern Africa, as at 2020, as well as East and Southern Africa, the average life expectancy is still less than 70 years. Yeah, we have seen improvement, but West and Central Africa, they appear to be the least, because as at 2020, the variable still lies below 60 years. So, and in our study, we try to look at how health financing and environmental quality affects life expectancy in this particular sub-regions of West and Central Africa. Now, there are different determinants of life expectancy. ranging from socioeconomic to environmental to demography and what have you, as we can see it up here. And studies across the globe, across literature, have also been able to determine that. As I said earlier, we are focusing on how health financing and quality of environment affect life expectancy in West Africa between the period of 2000 and 2021. It's said through literature has been able to report that studies on this area appear to be scanty in West and Central Africa. The only study that actually focuses on this issue, looking at public health financing and environmental quality, as how they influence life expectancy, was carried out by Nathaniel and Khan in 2020. And it was actually a time series study. We focus on Nigeria. Other studies that actually look at just variables that are outside the one we are considering. For instance, Alimi, Bello, and Ishola, their study was panel on ECOWAS country. But all they just look at is how environmental quality affect health expenditure. And that was between 1995 and 2014. CD and Ohaming 2015 was a time series study on Nigeria between 1980 and 2011. And now they have to look at just the socioeconomic determinant of life expectancy. Muswa and Makuchi Kamwa 2016, they look at environmental quality and how it affects health status in Southern African Development Community, SADC. So our own study differs from the above, first and foremost on methodological ground. Why? Because it's a panel study where we try to employ FIS and a random effect estimating technique. And we cover 24 West and Central African countries over year 2000 to 2021, meaning that it's more current than all those studies we have looked at. And as I said, we've not been able to see any study that actually look at these issues on West and Central Africa. So the theory, the study is based on the Grossman health production theory. And from that particular theory, it is revealed that there are determinants of health or health status, such as socioeconomic, demographic, environmental, and epidemiological variables. And the influence of these, they can actually affect lifespan and quality of life. So, and that was why it was employed as the basis for the study. So, and based on that, we try to look at how these variables affect life expectancy in this particular sub-region. And we have our empirical study, our empirical model, panel model, as you have in equation 2. And moving to this table, the variables in that model, they are captured or measured. For instance, life expectancy, we use life expectancy at birth. For health financing, we use health expenditure per capita. For environmental variable, we use CO2 emission per capita. Socioeconomic variables, we use GDP per capita and primary school enrollment. Then to capture epidemiological variable, we use incidence of malaria. And finally, for demographic variable, we employ a dependency ratio for age 65 and above. So based on that, we have our model 4. And we estimated the model using FIS effects and random effect estimating technique. Let me quickly mention this. If you look at the proposal submitted, the plan was to use dynamic panel, but we discovered later that we have data on 24 countries, and the study period is 2000 to 2021. That is about 22 years. So, and since the number of countries is more than the time period, so it won't be appropriate to do dynamic panel. So that was why we have to adopt a static panel. And the model was estimated using phase effect and random effect modeling technique. We try to see how to determine the more appropriate modeling or the technique of estimation using the Hausman chi-square test. So, and these are the countries. I won't waste time there because of our time. These are empirical results, descriptive. For correlation matrix, looking at it, as we have there, it's been able to indicate that there is no problem of multicollinearity. So, and this is the econometrics result after estimating the model. So the result, and we can see it here, indicates that health financing represented by health expenditure across all the 5 models stated here improve life expectancy in this region, and the results were statistically significant. So the implication is that health financing is key to improving life expectancy. Then CO2, all the coefficients, they were rightly signed negative, and they were highly significant, meaning that poor environmental quality acts to depress life expectancy in this particular region. All other variables like per capita GDP improves life expectancy, primary school enrollment improves, and they are significant. Malaria depresses life expectancy, which is highly significant. This table contains results for phase effect modeling. And then we look at the Hausman test. For the first modeling we have here, or the first result for Hausman test is insignificant, meaning that the preference is for random effect. For the second one, it is significant, the preference for phase effect. The third one, significant, meaning that preference for phase effect. The next, significant preference for phase effect, but the last one is insignificant, which implies preference for random effect. Now, this other table shows result for random effect, and just as we had it under phase effect modeling, all the variables are rightly signed. Health expenditure, you can see that it impacts life expectancy positively and significantly, while CO2 depresses life expectancy. And all other variables, they are consistent. The result, they are consistent with the earlier one reported. So the finding that we are able to derive from the study is that health financing significantly enhances life expectancy in West and Central Africa, while unhealthy environment depresses life expectancy. So what are your recommendations? Number one, there should be increased health financing for better and improved life expectancy in the sub-region, while healthy environment, which has to do with reducing CO2 emissions, will help to improve life expectancy in this part of the world. So, and that brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
come together look at how COVID-19 impacts small and medium enterprises. Do we have questions? Okay, questions for presentation? Yes, I can see number one. Do we have any other person who wishes to ask any question? Okay, can we just take the only question that we have on the floor? I also have a question for Dr. Dowd. Okay, two. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Olariwaju Kayat from UI. Uludo and Aremo, I really enjoyed your presentation, but I observed that the methodology for the research was not, you didn't give us details, enough details, because you mentioned at the onset of the presentation that we have 5 categories of SMEs. And during the presenting your methodology, you said you used 113 samples respondents. We don't know who the target respondents were, and you didn't tell us how you distributed the 113 samples across the SMEs, the 5 categories of SMEs, and how did you select the businesses that you included into for the study? Then what is the time frame for performance measurement? Because we are measuring the impact of COVID-19 on the performance of SMEs in the Ilorin metropolis. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very, very good question. Can we have the presenters respond to that question? What are the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and how did you spread the 119 respondents across the 5 categories of SMEs that you explained in your background? Yeah.
Based on the 113 SME that was used, this was distributed based on the numbers of employees available in each sector, the SME, and also the amount of finance that they have. That's what we used to categorize them. Have I answered that question on that? You're talking about how.
Go ahead, please.
You are talking about how we know the 113 and how we distribute questionnaire to them.
No.
All right.
You talked about 5 categories of SMEs.
Okay.
And I think the question is that when you were sampling the respondents, did you pay careful attention to those 5 levels?
Yes, we do, because we make use of registered small and medium scale enterprises in Ilorin metropolis. You know, we have registered SME. So it was registered that we make use of.
That is not the answer. The question is, identify 5 categories.
Yes.
Of SMEs.
Yes.
Probably on the basis of their ability.
Yes.
Or probably on the basis of the commodity. You identified 5 categories of SMEs, probably on the basis of their ability, or on the basis of the commodity, or on the basis of the location. Maybe urban, rural, suburban, metropolitan, anything, anyhow. Allowable, of course. We are not asking, of the 130 respondents, how did you partition category-wise?
Okay, you're talking about how we partition them.
Yeah, how many for category 1?
Category 2, how many for category? Okay.
So that we have what you call normal distribution. Yeah.
We use random to do that.
Okay,
why we use
that means category does not come in.
No, we didn't use category. Why we didn't use category? All right, thank you.
Thank you. And maybe you take a question. Why did you say the category? So just take note of that, because that would be a possible question that reviewers will ask you. Okay. The second question.
Also, sir, you know what? That might not work. The reason why it will not work is because it was based on registered SME. And you know that based on the registered SME, you might have them more in some categories.
That's why we do randomization. That's why we do randomization. Thank you. Second question.
My name is Ayode Jadaja. My question is to the last presenter. Based on carbon emission and life expectancy, Africa has the least carbon emission rates, and the presenter said that the life expectancy rate was affected by the carbon emission. Looking at countries in Europe, Asia that has a higher carbon emission, these countries has life expectancy rate. So I find it difficult to relate the two.
Dr. Dauda, is Dr. Dauda online? Africa contributes just about 4%, thereabouts, to the global greenhouse gas emission. So, and if carbon emission affects or influences life expectancy, why is it that the life expectancy indicator in Africa is not as good as in countries where there is large amounts of carbon that is being emitted? Maybe you can add this to your to the questions you answer. How are you able to isolate when you said health financing? Actually, it has a positive impact on the environment and also in the long run on life expectancy. I don't know whether I think I missed. I wasn't sure whether you used primary data. I wasn't listening at that point. But how are you able to isolate the effects of maybe some other intervening variables that could have influenced, so that you are able to now conclude authoritatively that this is actually due to increase or decrease in health financing and not on I mean, as a result of some other variables that might have interfered.
All right, thank you. Yes, thank you, sir. Let me start from the last question. What we did, we didn't look at how health financing affects life expectancy through environmental quality. We actually look at how both, that is health financing and environmental quality, affects life expectancy in West and Central Africa. Now, if you look at the study and the model I presented, we have control variables in the study. There are control variables, just as I presented. We have, apart from the variables of interest, we have socioeconomic variables, which also affect life expectancy, like per capita GDP, and then primary school enrollment. Then we also control for epidemiology by including malaria variable. Then for demographic variable, we also capture that using dependency ratio of the elderly, that is age 65 and above. So with that, we have been able to control for other variables. We have been able to, and then that has assisted to isolate the influence of carbon emission that we use to capture environmental quality. Yes, if you look at, so let me move on to the first question. If you look at those places you mentioned, they have been able to improve their life expectancy using other means, because you see, if you look at some other variables, their investment in them. For instance, the one we control for here, what is the per capita income in those parts of the world? What is their literacy rate in that part of the world. Then disease control. So how have they, what have they been able to achieve in terms of that? So that is why you see that they are able to improve their lifespan because of improvement in these other variables, among others. But in this part of the world, you will discover that looking at these variables, we look at the per capita income in West and Central Africa is very, very low, very, very low. In fact, if you look at most development indicators, you will see that West and Central Africa, they appear to be in the category of low development indicators, if you go through literature. So yes, it's not only the issue of environment, but from this study, we have been able to see that carbon emission is also having negative impact on life expectancy in this part of the world. Across all the model we try to estimate without hiding anything. So you can see it in that result. So that is my explanation for what we have been able to present. Thank you.
Look at the contributory percentages of all these factors to life expectancy. So that, for instance, if the government of Nigeria actually is interested in addressing the issue of life expectancy, which of the two variables, or three, let's say 1, 2, 3, that are most critical, do you think we should focus our attention on, since all these variables eventually have one way or the other that shows they relate to life expectancy? Thank you for those responses from both the first and the second presenters, and we'd like to thank every one of us for our active participation and very robust contributions that were made. We hope that the presenters will use this feedback to improve their paper before submitting for publication in the African Journal of Sustainable Development. So that note, we'd like to say thank you to everyone. And we appreciate ourselves. Dr. Noah, Dr. Lashendi.
A round of applause once again. Thank you very much. We will try to hold the exigencies of the time. And for this session that has come to a close, we have just one more session to do, but it's time to take our lunch. I want to plead with us that we should ensure that we finish our lunch in 1 hour. And because we also need to relax and walk around. So please engage, network, ask questions, do discussion, and if you also want to have further academic engagements, we are still very much available. So we requested the certificate of participants for all the participants for this conference, and going to be available tomorrow. So let's take our lunch, and once we finish in 1 hour, we'll be here to take the final session before we close. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. So let's go outside and take our lunch.
Dr. Larson, they send my lunch. Actually.
How much is Purella. Wọ́n ní ta ló ń lo Purella.
you. Thousands of migrants are fleeing a civil war, risking their lives only to be turned back at borders. Speculations have sent the housing markets into a frenzy, and employment numbers are tumbling down. Journalists have uncovered a decades-long cover-up of child abuse by coaches and doctors within competitive gymnastics in your country. Closing the news app, you open your family group chat. Maybe one of your siblings has posted something funny, and at this rate, you could use some cheering up. Group chat has blown up overnight, and what you see makes your heart sink. Bushfires are raging again, and there's one burning only 2 suburbs over from where your cousins live. Everyone is frantic with worry. At this point, you walk away, coffee in hand, tense, miserable, and confused. You think, this can't go on. Something needs to be done. Someone needs to step up. We need a plan to fix all this social injustice, economic chaos, and environmental destruction. This is where the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, come in. Fixing set global goals with the 3 Ps, people, planet, and prosperity. The SDGs form the heart of the 2030 Agenda, an action plan adopted by all 193 countries of the United Nations. They call for decent jobs, quality education, good health, gender and income equality, clean energy and water, biodiversity, and climate action. They aim to reach sustainable development by 2030. Governments play a key role in achieving these goals, but they're not the only players. Businesses, civil society, Indigenous leaders, academia, and the general public all contribute as well. You might wonder where they came from. The SDGs were born in 2012 at the Rio+20, a UN conference on sustainable development in Rio de Janeiro, which was the largest conference ever held by the UN. Until 2012, there were different international agreements that dealt with environmental challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. And there were the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, that aimed to achieve certain social targets in developing countries by the year 2015. The countries meeting at Rio+20 decided that a more comprehensive set of universal goals was needed to tackle the urgent social, economic, and environmental challenges facing the world. This kicked off the broadest consultation ever run by the UN. An unprecedented effort was made to get input from as many people as possible, particularly those who don't often get a say in international agreements. Over 10 million people around the world participated in the consultations and helped shape the SDGs. Apart from national governments, major stakeholder groups that were consulted included women, children and youth, Indigenous peoples, NGOs, local authorities, workers and trade unions, business and industry, scientific and technological community, and farmers. I am pleased to share some good news for people and planet, UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said to a packed room of press delegates. The good news? After 3 years of negotiations and debate, 193 countries had agreed to a set of development goals more bold and ambitious than anything that has come before them, the SDGs. The due date for the SDGs is the year 2030, which makes the 2020s the decade to deliver. But how can we know if progress on any of these monumental issues has been made? The 17 SDGs are built on an evidence-based framework of 169 quantitative targets and 232 indicators that accompany them. This ensures that the SDGs are clear, concise, time-bound, and measurable, which helps governments and decision-makers to include the SDGs in their planning. This means that we can keep track on each of the SDGs' progress. To achieve the SDGs, all countries are expected to set up policies and investment plans, and to use the targets and indicators to track their progress. They then report their progress to the UN. This is done through voluntary national reviews, VNRs, with a selection of countries reporting each year. Most countries, including Australia, have already submitted their first VNR. Governments are crucial in achieving the SDGs because they create and finance policies that support the goals. But all stakeholders have an important role to play. Industries and businesses in finding solutions for goods and services that align with the SDGs, and communities and individuals in supporting SDG initiatives and in holding governments and the private sector to account. Education, research, and innovation are all essential to achieve the SDGs, so universities, with their ability to create and disseminate knowledge and solutions, play an absolutely vital role. You can probably already tell that reaching the SDGs will be no small feat. All responses, from the global to the national to the local, even down to the individual, need to be coherent and aligned. But progress to date has been slow, so that it becomes very clear now that a much deeper, faster and more ambitious response is needed from governments, businesses and communities. Many experts say that in order to achieve the SDGs, we need societal transformations now that are unprecedented in human history and which represent a profound departure from business as usual. You may feel like the challenges are too big and too many. After all, you're just one person. But think about it this way. Every time you spend money, you have an opportunity to spend your money better. Every time you talk to someone, you have an opportunity to challenge their ideas for the better. You can seize these opportunities every day, 365 days a year. And of course, every couple of years, you have the opportunity to vote for the better. Not just in national elections, but in local ones too. That is an immense potential that lies with you and every other individual. The map for making the right choices and arriving at the right answers. Don't forget, together we are 7.8 billion people. Together, we can make big changes happen.
Hello, I'd like to start with a huge round of appreciation for all of you who've been instrumental in the design and delivery of the 2022 edition of the National SDG Summit and Changemakers Award in Nigeria. Today I'm talking to you in my capacity as the UN High-Level Climate Action Champion for COP26 and my mandate to drive ambition and action for climate solutions across society. And as many of you will know, the role was created in Paris as part of the Paris Agreement to drive this ambition and action from non-state actors, so businesses, cities, regions, investors, universities, youth, faith groups, civil society, everyone who's not a national government. Because the governments who created the Paris Agreement recognise that we need the whole of society to implement the ambitious goals of the Paris Agreement to tackle the climate crisis. Now, I've spent many years working with a variety of stakeholders to tackle the climate crisis, and I know firsthand that we still have gaps and that there's still a lot to do to build on the momentum that we have, but to really ramp up to get to the pace and scale that we need. And one thing that really is different now from 10 years ago, certainly even 5 years ago, is the amount of youth leadership in the movement. You know, since the signing of the Paris Agreement, there have been ups and downs in international climate politics, but one thing that has remained constant and in fact not remained constant but grown is that young people everywhere have been standing up to call for more ambitious action and to take part in ambitious action and to lead ambitious action everywhere, from the streets to the boardrooms, and now to increasingly having young people being part of official delegations as negotiators. So this is a whole of society problem. It is everybody. It's not an abdication to young people to solve the problem on their own, but we really need you to be working together with those of us who've been working on the problem, loud and vocal about what the science is saying that we require, to be specific about what policymakers need to do to play their role, and to be part of the solutions, whether you're working in civil society, in business, in government, or in any other function. This year, COP27 is going to be crucial because we have an opportunity to really see whether governments are going to come back to deliver on the promise they made collectively in the Glasgow Pact to really ratchet up the urgency. You know, the science and our lived experience on the ground everywhere in the world is telling us that we really must make this the decade of delivery, that we have to take action now, not in 2030 or 2040 or 2050, but these summit and your commitments very timely in helping to bring that intergenerational and intersectional perspective, opinion and experience into the collaborations, the innovations, the problem solving which drives solutions. And that problem solving often requires different perspectives to come together. And you all represent one thing that we need right now, that's asking the right questions and addressing increased action and becoming those in decision-making power. I believe very strongly in what we call the ambition loop, that increased action from one part of society will drive more ambition from others, particularly from non-state actors in civil society and business, will make it more politically possible for national governments to be more ambitious and to make their commitments bolder, which in turn does influence what governments believe is possible in terms of domestic and international climate policy. And we know that climate change is a collective action problem. So no country, no institution, no sector, no generation can solve it alone. So let's continue to work through and strengthen the multilateral process that enables us to come together as a global family, and let's drive all of the non-state actor actions through the various collaborations and initiatives we have to tackle these challenges. Finally, I want to thank you for everything that you're doing and wish you a great day within your working groups and let's keep driving faster and faster ambition and action together to tackle the climate crisis.
Maybe one of your siblings has posted something funny, and at this rate, you could use some cheering up. The group chat has blown up overnight, and what you see makes your heart sink. Bushfires are raging again, and there's one burning only 2 suburbs over from where your cousins live. Everyone is frantic with worry. At this point, you walk away, coffee in hand, tense, miserable, and confused. You think, this can't go on. Something needs to be done. Someone needs to step up. We need a plan to fix all this social injustice, economic chaos, and environmental destruction. This is where the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, come in. Fixing the kinds of problems that bring your entire day down in the morning coffee line can't happen in just one way. The SDGs cover sustainability from different angles: socially, economically, and environmentally. They set global goals for the 3 Ps: people, planet, and prosperity. The SDGs form the heart of the 2030 Agenda, an action plan adopted by all 193 countries of the United Nations. They call for decent jobs, quality education, good health, gender and income equality, clean energy and water, biodiversity, and climate action. They aim to reach sustainable development by 2030. Governments play a key role in achieving these goals, but they're not the only players. Businesses, civil society, Indigenous leaders, academia, and the general public all contribute as well. You might wonder where they came from. The SDGs were born in 2012 at the Rio +20, a UN conference on sustainable development in Rio de Janeiro, which was the largest conference ever held by the UN. Until 2012, there were different international agreements that dealt with environmental challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. And there were the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, that aimed to achieve certain social targets in developing countries by the year 2015. The countries meeting at Rio +20 decided that a more comprehensive set of universal goals was needed to tackle the urgent social, economic, and environmental challenges facing the world. This kicked off the broadest consultation ever run by the UN, an unprecedented effort was made to get input from as many people as possible, particularly those who don't often get a say in international agreements. Over 10 million people around the world participated in the consultations and helped shape the SDGs. Apart from national governments, major stakeholder groups that were consulted included women, children and youth, Indigenous peoples, NGOs, local authorities, workers and trade unions, business and industry, scientific and technological community, and farmers. I am pleased to share some good news for people and planet, UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon said to a packed room of press delegates. The good news? After 3 years of negotiations and debate, 193 countries had agreed to a set of development goals more bold and ambitious than anything that has come before them, the SDGs. The due date for the SDGs is the year 2030, which makes the 2020s the decade to deliver. But how can we know if progress on any of these monumental issues has been made? The 17 SDGs are built on an evidence-based framework of 169 quantitative targets and 232 indicators that accompany them. This ensures that the SDGs are clear, concise, time-bound, and measurable, which helps governments and decision-makers to include the SDGs in this. To achieve the SDGs, all countries are expected to set up policies and investment plans, and to use the targets and indicators to track their progress. They then report their progress to the UN. This is done through voluntary national reviews, VNRs, with a selection of countries reporting each year. Most countries, including Australia, have already submitted their first VNR. Governments are crucial in achieving the SDGs because they create and finance policies that support the goals. But all stakeholders have an important role to play. All essential to achieve
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Is the ICT section ready? So that we can just start the next session. Good afternoon, everybody. You are all welcome back from lunch, and I believe we all had a delicious lunch. I'm only worried that some of you will have. Please don't lose. But after looking at the people up here, I feel comforted because I know by the time they start talking, you won't be able to lose and you won't stay. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this afternoon session, and we have two presentations from the renowned professors, some of our senior colleagues here, people that we respect, and it is a privilege to be sitting between them. I have to my left Professor Isaac Albert. I also have the right Professor the Vice Chancellor of the State University. Before we make the presentation, and we also have one of our colleagues here to do justice to whatever they present as in the session. And that's Professor Professor from Arizona University of Technology, now Tech. So let's start. Are you ready? No one line again. Yeah. Okay, no line. Yeah. Okay, you are
on everything. Everything is available.
Okay, let me come up here. Isds Albert. If you're looking for the PowerPoint. Well, let me start with the courses. I think I should start by thanking the organizers of this meeting for inviting me. I especially recognize the director of the center, Professor Jimon, immediate past director of the center, who is today the dean of faculty of is it economics and management sciences. But I must also especially recognize Professor Okuola, who actually is the brain behind this project. I knew when he was working on this project and how the center started, and it is today a magnificent project, as I was discussing with the Vice Chancellor this morning, that I think the other departments in my faculty envies. We envy you. I'm still waiting for the. Now, the topic given to me is nexus among emergencies, conflicts, security, and other implications on the SDG. And I think what basically I am asked to do is to connect three important scientific concepts: emergencies, conflict, and security, and then try to reason around their implications on the SDGs. But we cannot actually do this without going back to the theme of our conference, which is building forward better, navigating the SDGs decade of action through difficult times of emergencies. So our assumption in this conference is that we're in a difficult time, and the difficulties threaten the attainment of the 17 goals. And I think this is clear to everybody that we are in a very difficult environment. But as we move forward, we need to look at the difficulties as challenges. We need to look at them as challenges that must be surmounted. And therefore, the summary of what I'll be presenting to you today is that, yes, this is a difficult period. The threats are becoming more fundamental, but this should not be seen as a reason to give up hope. In fact, it is a reason to step up our actions. And what should these actions be? And I think that was the issue that Professor Okuola, mentioned in the morning, that we know the problems. The question is, how do we move forward, irrespective of these problems? Now, in my presentation, we are still waiting for the PowerPoint. I summarized the 17 SDGs to 5 key issues. The SDGs seeks to empower people. It seeks to promote prosperity. It seeks to promote peace. It seeks to promote partnership. It seeks to promote employment that is conducive for everybody. But as we have said, we have some challenges that make all these aspirations to be difficult to achieve. In my secondary school days, when I was doing economics, we always refer to the term ceteris paribus, all other things being equal. So that is to say that when we're setting the 17 goals, we assume that all other things will be equal, but all other things are not equal. I'm just back to the country from Dubai. I mean, I've been traveling over the past 2 years. So I know the changing situations in different parts of the world. The world is changing. In the past, those of us in the developing nations, we depended on the so-called developed nations. But the developed nations are collapsing, meaning that the failure of SDG, should not just be a matter of concern to us here in Africa, but it's a global problem. Now, I call attention to the emerging threats. And under complex emergencies, I call attention to 3 key issues. The first one is the climate change. And I think this is overstudied because everywhere you go to, you're talking about climate change, adaptation, and the rest of them. But we also have different types of diseases across the globe. COVID-19, Ebola, monkey pox. I mean, that is a threat. I mean, these are threats to the SDGs. Then I call attention to conflict issues. Intrapersonal conflict, interpersonal conflict, intragroup conflict, intergroup conflict, international conflicts. These conflicts are everywhere as you travel around the world. Now, we all seem to be returning to the egocentric human nature. Selfishness all over the place, throwing up different types of conflicts. And then you have increased inability of people to work collaboratively. We are unable to work collaboratively. And I think this is also creating more problems. Then the third issue, security. Widespread insecurity everywhere. You have global fight against terrorism, and it is, I quote, matters arising. I've just sent, I was sleeping there and one of you came to wake me up. I spent the entire night writing 2 papers that I sent to the UK. And it has to do with this widespread terrorism driven by ISIS. It is cutting across the world, and that terrorist group doesn't have respect for religion, doesn't have respect for ethnicity, and it has very high capacity for evil. Now, the different parts of the world dealing with that particular terrorist organization. And then you have problems of nation building everywhere. Ethnic profile everywhere. And we demonize religions. We are divided by religions. And you also have all kinds of life-threatening problems around us. And then I call attention to some issues that I categorize as others. The first is leadership deficit. This leadership problem is everywhere. Everywhere you visit in the world today, there is increasing leadership deficit. And then you have weak global governance system. The UN is no longer in control of anything. African Union is very powerless. As people are being killed in the West African sub-region, ECOWAS is also an onlooker. So it's a global problem. The capacity to solve problems are weakening, and all this should have impact on the implementation of the SDGs, because you are expecting this particular stakeholder to help you solve your problem. Then that stakeholder is having more problems to solve than yourself. So, to me, I consider the present, our present environment to be that of unstable situations, unstable nations, unstable international system, unstable people forced to resort to self-help, and then unstable legal frameworks. So, in the midst of all this, it is difficult for us to begin to say that the goals will be achieved Now, I asked a number of questions. I said, how, I don't see the daytime. So this place is dark. So when I say I don't see the daytime, I'm not blind, please. But the printing is not good. But let me just give you one example of the point I'm trying to make. How do you promote prosperity? How do you end hunger? When farmers who are expected to supply yams to all parts of Nigeria are in IDP camps. Go to Benue State, go to all the IDP camps in Benue State, you see thousands of people, farmers, who are begging for bread. Go to Abuja, you see them. Go to Yola, you see them there. So those who are supposed to be planting what we should be eating, they are in ID camps, begging for the food, but strangely making babies every day. They go to the roadside every day to beg for food. When they return to the camps, they sneak somewhere to sleep with their women. And in fact, in some cases, they rape women. So in other words, we are not producing food, we are producing more babies, and we are producing more social problems. And in the midst of this, you find some leaders actually addressing you on television, saying we are doing well with SDGs. So it's difficult for you to actually do well with SDGs when you are not actually in control of the systems. Now, I call attention also to the planet itself, the global community. I was in Dubai. I just came back from Dubai, and for the first time, I saw artificial rainfall. I don't know what name they call it, but because the weather was so hot, and then you just have sprinkle of water everywhere from nowhere, and they tell you it is artificial. So those of you know what it is. That was my first time of seeing it. Now go to some of the Scandinavian countries where in the past you see very cold weather. Things are changing. Now the question is, how do you actually achieve your goals under that type of yes, thank you so much. Now go to the where okay. Now I'm going to solution, because I'm sure this will be given to you. Now to solve this problem, I'm making some technical proposals. And these technical proposals, I call them whole of government approach, what government should do. Whole of society approach, what the society should do. Whole of nation approach, what the nation should do. And then whole of nations approach, what Nigeria should do in partnership with the international community. Now, for the whole of government approach, you notice here, I'm speaking as a security expert, that it is impossible in Nigeria for us to achieve many of the goals in Nigeria because of the way the Nigerian system is structured. Whole of government approach is saying that the federal government is interested in solving the problems, and the state government is also cooperating with the federal government to solve the problems. And then you have local government systems that will help to solve the problem. Because to provide food, federal government cannot provide food in Abuja. Or your state government cannot produce food. You need a local framework for doing that. So we call that whole of government approach. Now let's take security. There is a security problem somewhere, in Nigeria. The federal government, let's say Buhari says, this is what I'm going to do. This is how to solve the problem. In the evening, the governor of Benue State will insult him and say, this is the direction in which I am going. And then Wike of River State will close it up with another framework of insult. Now, at that level, you sit here in the battle, you know that problem cannot be solved by Nigeria. Because if Buhari is saying this is how to solve it, Benue State is saying this is how I'm going to solve it, and then the governor of River State is saying, I swear by the name of my father, this is how I will solve it. So you can, the three of you have generated another conflict that should be dealt with by the goal 16, which is dealing with speak. So the three of you should be brought into a room and managed as part of the SDG, whatever. So you are not solving problems, you are creating new problems. Now, take another approach to it. The parliament is saying something, the executive arm of government is saying something, and then the judiciary is opposing the two of them. You see that in security. The parliament, you say the federal government has failed on security. The executive arm of government, they will send somebody on television and say the security of Nigeria has never been this good, and then judiciary will create. So you do not actually see you do not see synergy. And if you don't have synergy, you are deceiving yourself by saying you are solving problems. That is the whole of government approach. Now, you have what is so-called whole of society approach. Now, to be able to understand how a society is structured, we use what is called multi-track diplomacy. Multi-track diplomacy breaks the society into 9 brackets. And each of you can locate yourself here to say, this is your own contribution to the management of the problems of the country. For example, this conference comes under track 5. What we are trying to do here is to use educational mechanisms to solve the problems of Nigeria. The federal government, state government there, civil society organizations there. Now, all of society approach is saying that all of us are working in synergy. All of us are working in synergy. I am used to addressing meetings like this and Secret Service people are recording me. So that means we are not even working together. And what will be reported to Abuja is this morning, Professor Albert abused the president of Nigeria. Nobody will say, I came here to discuss how the problems of Nigeria will be solved. So all of society approaches, all of us are in agreement. 1, that we have a problem. And 2, that problem should be solved. And 3, that one person cannot solve that problem, but all of us must work together. In Nigeria, we do not have what is called whole of society approach. Then 3, you have what is called whole of nation approach. I have problem with this because 1, Nigeria is not a nation. This is not a forum for us to define a nation. But when you say a nation, that is to say all of us believe that we belong to a collectivity. And that collectivity is owned by all of us. We benefit, we take the best of that community, and that we are responsible for building the system together. Now, a whole of nation approach, if you use it security, whatever, is saying that the way you are managing the problems here is not different from the way you are managing the problems here, and not different from how you are managing the problems here. If you put Nigeria on this platform, on this framework, you see that there is nothing called whole of nation approach in Nigeria. One person is dealt with here, but once he's able to come to this place, he's protected by federal government. So there is no whole of nation approach, and that explains why our problems are increasing. The last one is whole of nations approach. I think the battery is back to its whole of nations approach is to say all of us as a global body, we are working together in dealing with the problems. As I go around the world with green passport, I see people discriminating against me, even when I'm out there to solve a problem. Now, Nigeria is considered to be a problem to be solved. And if you are holding a Nigerian passport, you have your problem. So the question is, we can sit down there in New York and say that under SDGs, nobody should be left behind. But those managing the project don't recognize you as human beings. So whether you are left behind or you die is your problem. All they want to do is to extract as much resources from you as possible. So we don't have whole of nations. This is whole of nations. We don't have whole of nations approach because the way the international system sees us is not the way that we should be seen. If actually we are truly interested in having, so this is the whole of nations approach. So let me take you to the next one. Now,
we need to consider a number of principles that we need to adhere to if we really want to solve this problem. Participatory approach and local ownership. Everybody must participate, and we must own the process together. There must be consultation. 2-3 people cannot sit down in Abuja and say this is the direction in which Nigeria is going. And then you must have security development nexus. That is to say, you have human security, you are considering human security approach to the management of the problem. And what is human security approach is talking about? To say that you feel safe, you are happy with the way the problems are being managed. Then you have context specificity, in project implementation. The projects are actually responding to local needs. It is not just a matter of saying we have one policy here and then that policy is for you alone. I mean, as I was coming in here, I read that the name of Capital State has changed to Zaza State. And is it fake news? Fake news. But immediately that report was people started saying our state must become this, our state must become this. So then transparency and accountability. Transparency and accountability. The Accountant General of Nigeria will say, no money to deal with this problem, no money to deal with this problem. And the man is stealing everything. And then he will come to you tomorrow to say, we are doing well with SDG. So you cannot have people who are not accountable actually coming to address the public on our social problems. And then we must all be willing to adhere to rule of law. Now, we have, even when we say we want to actually solve the problem, those of us who are in this room, who are committed to solving the problems, we have a number of capacity issues that we must also, deal with. We have financial wherewithal that we don't have. When I go outside, we do successful projects, people ask me, why are you not doing it in your country? Why are you not whatever? I mean, what can I do if the resources for doing the work is not there? Then our implementation strategies, even in this room, that these implementation strategies are not even made available to you. You don't even know the implementation strategies. Most of the analysis we do here is our understanding how problems should be solved. But how many of our political leaders ever invited you anywhere to even say this is how we're doing it? Then you have governance, globalization, accountability, credibility problems. The institutions that claim to be solving the problems, they lack institutional credibility. I told my Vice Chancellor this morning that I have a lot of respect for this department, and I'm trying to get all other departments in my faculty to actually take after, because I see a high degree of institutional credibility here. They tell you we're going to do this, they do it, and that is the only way by which goals can be achieved. You cannot say you are going to generate 10 million jobs, and then millions of people are losing their jobs on a daily basis. And then you want people to think you have institutional credibility. Then we must have procedural credibility. What are the procedures? Because you can say, okay, my institution has very big name, and they are good, but the question is, what are the procedures? Then you have legal credibility. What are the laws? Structural credibility. How are you linking up with different stakeholders in the system? And then political credibility. Now, the problem is that in the developing world, we have problems. We have problems with each of these, assessment tools. Now, the last point I'm going to make is that we are dealing with building forward better. That is, we are saying that as we are moving forward, how do we better what we are doing for reducing the problems of the past, for showing resilience in managing the problems that are confronting us, and assuring the future generation that they have hope. So I decided to take these two stations. The first one is from Barack Obama, who said, we did not come to fear the future. We came here to shape it. So I think what we're trying to do here is to reshape the future, to be sure that by the time we get to 2030, whatever, that we will have something to report. Colin Powell, the first Black general in the US Army, said, a dream doesn't become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. I shared with some of us this morning my visit to some of the people leading us in this country. You know, you visit them, you are expecting something new, they address you, they say things that are not really reasonable, and you tell them what they are saying is not commonsensical, and then they tell you that is why we have invited you. You don't solve it, you don't build the nation that way. Thank you.
I think we need to take all the presentations first, and then we take comments. So many things that Professor Albert has said, whole of government, whole of society, whole of nation, and procedural issues. Very interesting presentation. Please, let's give him another round. Now that the presentation of Professor Adepoye has been concluded, I have the pleasure of inviting you, sir, to make a presentation. 20 minutes. Sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank my boss, my former boss, and my teacher, Professor Olabo Kobola, who used the opportunity of being my boss to impose this lecture on me. Because I'm actually scheduled to be in Abuja today. But because the oracle have spoken, I have no choice than to bow to Professor Jima's letter of invite for me to be here today. Professor Jima, thank you very much. Yeah. I'll be talking to us on the topic governance in periods of emergencies. Next slide. Oh, okay, you have the. It appears about this. Okay. Thank you. So I'll be defining the terms. The two keywords in that definition, they are governance and emergencies. And I've said I will define the terminologies there. Governance plus emergencies. What is governance? You see, in Yoruba land, we organize ourselves into communities through the exercise of authorities to ensure peace and harmony in our community to bring about development. And that is what we understand as governance in Yoruba discourse. But when you go into international governance, you will see that it's been defined by World Bank as the manner in which power is exercised in the management of a country's economic and social resources for development. This is similar to the Yoruba concept of governance. Of course, governance in Yoruba land is translated literally to mean Isejoba, Isejoba. Government is Joba, governance is Isejoba, Isejoba. But also a very popular author, an American author, referred to governance as a self-organizing inter-organizational network characterized by interdependence, resource exchange, rules of the game, and significant autonomy from the state. So in summary, governance itself is a network in the pursuit of common goal. And the common goal could be local, actually it could be family. It could be local, it could be village, it could be local government, it could be state, it could be national, and it could be international. So we are trying to look at the interrelationship between one element and the other element in form of exercise of authority so that the system can progress and make a meaning out of existence. And how do we see emergencies? Emergency is something Yoruba people call pajawiri, or sometimes ajalu, or sometimes idagiri, or sometimes ajalu, or sometimes laluri. All these add up. All this add up to constitute what we term as emergency. Literally, therefore, in English, any sudden disaster, crisis, problem, or challenge is an emergency. The situation may be very dangerous, and at times it may not be very dangerous, but most of the times, emergencies are dangerous situations. They happen unexpectedly, suddenly, and you need fast action most of the times in order to avoid harmful results. There are emergencies that may not even require your action, and the problems will be solved. But there are some that if you do not move very, very fast, you can wreck your whole country. So, emergencies are risk factors that threaten and absolutely disrupt or destroy an organization, public or private. It can. Examples include COVID-19, climate change, strike action. People have mentioned some of them that we have witnessed in our lifetime. If a unit of government is facing protracted management challenges, citizens often ask the leader to declare a state of emergency. For example, in the face of the current ASUU strike, people have variously requested government to declare what? Emergency in the education sector. So that's also a form of emergency. You see, we cannot discuss the solution without discussing the problem. Let me just track a little. I will not give you statistics. I have the statistics at my fingertips. But if I give you statistics, I'll be making you to grow emotional. You will grow emotional. That will be something people want to hear. That 25,000 people have been killed in Nigeria this year as a result of banditry. People were captured in the train on the way from Abuja to Kaduna, Kaduna to Abuja. They spent 170 days in custody and so on. I'm not going to tell such stories. I will just paraphrase so that we don't bow to emotions before we go to the solutions. So let's track what the issues are. The issues are: one, frequent oil spills and pipeline vandalization in the Niger Delta is a case of emergency. Increasing level of urban industrial pollution and waste is a state of emergency. Rise in the number and severity of floods in several parts of Nigeria, including Ibadan, is a case of emergency. Threat of desertification, pest infestation, especially koala bugs and some caterpillar. I mean, sorry, not a caterpillar. What do you call this? Grasshoppers. What? Follow me once. Follow me once. Thank you very much. Of maize. Iliotis samigera. Yeah. So it's a very serious issue in many parts of Nigeria. Diseases, several of them, that have bedeviled our society. COVID-19, Ebola, Lassa fever, liver blindness, cerebrospinal meningitis, monkeypox, etc., etc. Droughts and general land use degradation leading to total crop failure in the far north. There are places in the far north where they have not been able to harvest crops in the last 4 seasons, because of this problem. Yes. Body erosion traditionally in southeastern Nigeria, becoming pronounced now in our Chambida. Windstorms in the northern part of Nigeria, making a lot of people blind also. The rampant air crashes of 1992 to especially 2005 to 2006, which are several cases of emergency. Fire disasters, especially marketing furnace. Sokoto Jos in Badon. You remember Lesoye fire? Remember that? Okay, Abuja, Ile-Ife. I mean, all these things put together, they constitute emergencies. Cases of collapsed buildings all over Nigeria. You know about that? Ethno-religious conflicts fueled by fake news and misrepresentation of facts. Professor Albert mentioned it, that they have succeeded in dividing us religiously. And that is the issue. You see, there are illiterates who are not as educated as we are here. who write WhatsApp messages and circulate to us. But some of us, we don't question those things. We just forward to 1,000 people, spreading fake news all around. I challenged a colleague yesterday. I said, why did you forward this mail to me? He said, you don't want to answer anything now. I said, you don't want that. Do you believe this one? Do you believe this? I read one on Facebook this morning that Tinubu said Muslim prayers are easier to answer by God than Christian prayers. Who read it this morning? I have received that thing from almost 50 people, and I laughed. I said, this cannot come from Tinubu. But do you know people circulate those things? They are graduates and professors like us. They just press forward button. We have to change the way we think. As a nation, we have to change. One of our problems as developing nation is that we seem not to be thinking correctly. And that has been the problem, the core problem that we have. If we think correctly, we will solve most of our problems. Let me move on. Threat to oil and gas exploration and militia in the Niger Delta, herdsmen farmers conflict all over Nigeria, fueled also by fake news. Kidnapping and ransom payment, banditry, and mass shooting all over Nigeria, or war. Abuja, Yobe, Sokoto, Adamawa, and so on and so on. All these things put together, they constitute emergencies. What characterizes emergencies? When emergencies happen, whatever the form of all that I've listed, not exhaustive, of course, what are the characteristics? The first thing, loss of life and damage to or destruction of properties. The second one is arrest of fundamental human rights. When there are emergencies, most of the times, laws go to sleep. When there are emergencies, laws often go to sleep. For example, during COVID-19, they both shut us down and locked us down. And there is fundamental guarantee in the Constitution, rule of law, freedom of movement. That law went to sleep during COVID-19. All our rights arrested by just one executive order, no movement. So laws go to sleep. Breakdown of law and order, insurgency, protest, and crisis, all of them evolve as a result of one emergency. Possible increase in crime rates, e.g. looting. Remember Isds and several other crises. The January 5 to 9 crisis as a result of increase in pump price of fuel to 165 naira in 2015 or so, during Jonathan regime. You remember what happened in Lagos? Shops looted. You remember Isds riot? How many of government property was burnt down in Lagos? About 175 BRT buses. You remember? All these things added together. So we lose in the process. Displacement of people and livelihood. You know how many IDP camps you have in Nigeria? You have over 150 IDP camps scattered all over Nigeria, including up to Edo State. At that on the road to Abuja, what's the name of that place? Below and Lampese. There are IDP camps there. So, displacement of people and livelihood. Public health and safety adversely affected by emergencies. Resource misappropriation by taking advantage of suspension of law. People steal government property during that time. People take advantage of that time to take vehicles out of government house, especially the rickety ones, take them to some hidden places, cut the buses and remove everything and then sell them in spare parts. All this happened during emergencies. General loss of trust between and among parties. People don't trust one another again as a result of conflict. There's general loss of trust when there is conflict, when there is emergency. Restriction of free movement, I've said that, shutdown and lockdown of economic activities, and loss of lifetime opportunities. And I've set an example there. During emergency, you can lose lifetime opportunity. Let me use myself as an example. I'm happy Professor Popola is online. Last year, I had one juicy job in Germany, very juicy job. I was in charge of a very big research. So I left Nigeria. I came to Nigeria, hoping that the interview for the Vice Chancellorship of Osho State University will hold. So I came to Nigeria December 10. And as soon as I arrived, they said nothing was happening, that those people were still in court, and that the university would not conduct interview. So on December 15, I took off. I went back to Germany. So I got to Germany on December 16, 17. Court just
resumed immediately and gave judgment. December 16. So by December 7, I was not monitoring the news. So by December 17, Professor Popola called me that, what did I do? I'm sorry to be speaking Yoruba, I have to say something. So I've gone back to Germany. He said, you must come back. Oh. I said, okay, I will see, I will come back. And December 18 was my birthday. It was Saturday. So I went for COVID-19. You know, I had to take another COVID test to return to Nigeria. You know that one? Yes. So I went for COVID-19 test. I turned positive. So, and you know, if it were in Nigeria, you can go and fake result and get out of the country. But in Germany, you cannot do it. Because as you turn positive, it is programmed onto your residence permit. When you get to the airport, red flag will just show your name. I will. That's positive. Why are you even out in the first instance? That you want to be in quarantine. Listen to this story. Lots of lifetime opportunity as a result of emergency. Between December 18 and December 26, I was going for COVID-19 test every day. Positive. I tested positive 9 times. So wait and see. Oh. I then called the Golawa. I said, I'm not coming for your interview again. He said, you must come. Oh. Even if you don't get the job, you will have fulfilled all your righteousness that you participated in the process. So I said, okay, I will continue to try. So the 27th interview we hold 29:30. So I just went for the test that morning and it turned out negative. I didn't stay in Germany for the next 12 hours. I got the next available ticket. What I'm trying to say is that if it had been in another country that I was at that time, I wouldn't be able to come to Nigeria. Because if you test positive once, you have to go and quarantine for 12 days. But in Germany, I was not tied down. I was allowed to be moving around because I was vaccinated. So lifetime opportunity will be lost as a result of emergency. It's not that alone. Several people have lost several opportunities. Some of you here may have lost fellowships and scholarship opportunities as a result of that lockdown. So tackling emergencies, we have to respond to the dynamics of emergency. It requires more rapid, dramatic, and radical intervention. We have to do institutional, structural response to the dynamics. The people also will respond. And in every emergency, there are losers, many losers, but there may be no gainer. There may be no gainer in emergency, but there are several losers. And these losers, look at them: children, earth, environment, pregnant women, and old people. Those are the vulnerable populations in every emergency situation. So for emergency response, we look at preparedness, we look at the response, we look at the recovery, and we look at mitigation. Professor Albert has mentioned some of those things. So I don't want to go through them again, except to say that you have to put training and exercise in place just like this one. I saw a few things. Last year, sometimes in the first week of August, there was heavy rain at my location in Germany, Jülich, we call it, Jülich, the Forschung Centrum, Jülich. And that rain was so much that it swept off about 10,000 hectares of land and killed over 25,000 cattle. Do you know, I woke up in the morning and I just started hearing a siren, emergency siren, put up in the town of Jülich. I looked out, I didn't see anything. The next thing I saw was a knock on my door by health authorities that I was due for evacuation. And I asked, why do I have to be evacuated? They said there was flood, and that is almost about 300 meters away from where we were. We were evacuated. That's emergency response, preparedness. People were prepared. Who watches Ukraine-Russia war here? You will see that sometimes siren will go off in Ukraine to tell them that rocket is launching. Emergency response.
You see now that in Indonesia, in Java, in part of India, they now have emergency response system to tsunami. Whenever there is going to be possible tsunami or eruption in the Indian Ocean, that's how it will go off. It's called emergency response system. All these things have been put in place to respond to emergency. Then the response, life safety, and all other things, recovery, and then mitigation by the government. So the same thing I presented here, governance change due to emergency. Questions may arise in emergency about distribution of power. For example, if it is a national emergency and it's a crisis situation, there may be negotiation about power. We remember Philippines crisis that consumed Corazon Aquino in 1992, June 1993 crisis in Nigeria. Shonekan was never thinking about it. He was picked to come and head the government. You remember the story? 1993. Thank you. Arab Spring of 2010 is there. Remember Arab Spring? The conflict that swept through the whole of Maghreb. What do we call the Maghreb? The Arab nations that consumed the president of Egypt, that of Tunisia, Algeria, and Libya also, which eventually led to the death of my good friend, Muammar Gaddafi. Recent Sri Lankan crisis is one of them. So you have to negotiate who leads during a crisis. During emergencies crisis, changing governance often emerges as part of the experience. Tough decisions emerge when there are emergencies. Who is best equipped to lead at that time? Obasanjo never thought he would be president of this country. He was moved from jail to Asoro. It was who is more appropriate to lead in a situation of emergency. Nigeria was collapsing. They needed a person to serve as a rallying point. That's how Mr. Obasanjo came in. And that's the kind of thing you see. Who has the best opportunity to deal with the trade-offs? Who is the best equipped to push through quite difficult policies at the time of emergency? Human rights during emergencies. I mentioned it before. We will now remember that even African Commission on Human Rights challenged COVID-19 limitation, lockdown and shutdown in some parts of Africa, concerned about ensuring effective human rights-based responses to curb the spread of COVID-19 pandemic in Africa. And the implementation of COVID-19 measures indeed threatened people's rights. It complicated existing challenges and exacerbated social and political tensions against the backdrop of a continent-wide economic downturn. It's part of what we are seeing. Inflation all over the world now. When people talk about it, they say it's a Nigerian situation. It is not a Nigerian situation. It's a global situation. Sir? It's a global problem. It's a global problem. It's a global problem, increase in prices. It's a global problem. So, in Malawi, I don't want to go into all this. You can take this slide because I don't want to take so much of your time in this one. What are the institutional frameworks that our government has put in place for disaster management in Nigeria? Since 1906, we have had fire brigade. Fire brigade, now called Federal Fire Service, established to fight fire and to save life and property and humanitarian services during emergencies. We also have between 1972 and 1973, the National Emergency Relief Agency was established, NEMA, and equipped and charged with the task of collecting and distributing relief materials to disaster victims after the hit by this devastating drought with socio-economic consequences that caused the nation loss of lives and property worth millions of naira. It was a response by government at that time, and it was enacted through Decree 48 of 1976. Also, NEMA was established in 1999. That's National Emergency Management Authority, established by Act 12 of 1999, which was later amended as Act 50. The agency was saddled with the responsibility of coordinating disaster management activities in the country. Key elements of governance during emergency. What do people who lead different entities, different institutions, agencies, and systems do when there is emergency? The first one is communication and information management. That's a solution. When there is emergency, the leader has to manage communication and information. It is a key cornerstone of any people put together in an emergency management. The When you will be hearing, when people are in emergencies, they just kept silent. They are not talking to us. Communication is important. And in this communication, they have to give people hope. In emergency, leaders must make statements that will give people hope. If you don't call for help, you cannot get help. By providing information, you are communicating critical decisions. Critical decisions that we have to make the system to sustain itself. Not information that will make the system to crash on your head as a leader. Right information is needed about the situation in order to address the emergency. You will see, I can't remember exactly what happened some few months ago. And people said, he has not said a single thing about it. And I would say that is not good enough. A leader should come out and respond to emergency. A sentence from you as a leader and change the whole dynamics. That's what our parents taught us. I mean, you try to soothe maybe the feelings or the wound. And that is the essence of the sermons that Muslims and Christians give in the church or in the mosque. Even the Bible says somewhere, when Jesus was parting, I'm not a good Christian, I'm sorry, I want to quote this one. If I'm not correct, you can correct me. They said, there's a portion, the Bible says, am I right? Am I right, sir? Okay, so it's not that statement will solve the problem. But Emma is shaking you. And these are some of the responses that a leader should put up in a situation of emergency. Your battery seems to be down. Okay. I'm almost at the end. Yes. Yes. The second thing in emergency is that the leader should act the role of a leader. If rules and regulations have to be suspended, so be it. A leader should be bold enough. As a solution to a situation of emergency, you can suspend the law. And I will give you examples. Universities are very smart, especially the university that I lead. Unlike Obafemi Awolowo University where I work. The Obafemi Awolowo University law says that the degree of Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, and the degree of Doctor of Philosophy awarded by the Obafemi Awolowo University can only be pronounced by the Senate of the university. That the university does not give this responsibility to any officer of the university. You know the meaning of that? That can be executive approval. Thank you, sir. In Osun State University, the law says that in a situation where Senate cannot meet, the Vice Chancellor can approve on behalf of Senate the award of the degree of Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, and the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. So whether Senate meets or Senate does not meet, so you can get your degree. You can see how people have tried to allow the law to sleep so that life could be better for human beings. I think we get the argument that I'm trying to make. Solutions to challenges. Let's look at another one. You have to develop tasks and actions in emergencies. You need to be tactful. You need to be very, very, very tactful to address emergencies. And I will cite an example. When Professor Popola was our Vice Chancellor, our non-academic unions altogether decided to go on strike. And they targeted it to such a period that we wanted to mobilize students for NYC. So that they said they will lock everywhere so that lecturers will not be able to come in to process results. We had that 4 days earlier. Then he called me, Professor Kokola called me and said, Oti, I said, sir. He said, Wahala, man, go again. How do we solve this problem? Then we started thinking. In 2 days, we reached a solution. And the solution is this. And certificate in Amati. What we are going to do is to collect all the CPUs of the computers that are being used to process results in the department. Take them out of the campus completely. So we took all the CPUs of all the departmental computers. I carried all these things on my head at 10:30 p.m. in the night. As a deputy, no, you have to know it's about developing tasks and actions. Solving problems. So we went to a hidden place, we mounted the computers and assembled all of them, and then we downloaded all the results of the students that have been computed. And there, we mobilized all the students for NYC, and we sent all their mobilization letters to them online. And everybody was wondering, how did these people do it? That it was fake result that they generated. They didn't know the time we carried the CPUs, tasks, and actions. And since then, we decided that, okay, what for one day, if one day they decided to close the campus and we were not given the opportunity to carry the CPU, it may happen. Then we started back up in cloud. So whether anybody closes the school down or anything, I have all the results here. I can do anything with this one, with our student results. So this, I'm just trying to tell us some of these things that leaders. What did you say, ma'am? Thank you very much. So last one, timeliness and deadlines may freeze. There may be times that we will not be able to obey deadlines and timelines too. So abnormal will take over. And you have to learn to live and live with it. For example, I cite another example of Professor Popola. When COVID-19 struck, and we knew in Union so that our system is work and eat. Institution we used to pay students. My Oga then said, he quickly migrated the system to online system. And our university happens to be the first in this country to run online teaching. And we graduated our students as and when during COVID-19. And also, the students admitted that time. Professor Popola said, how do we do this thing? We can do online matriculation. Okay? Yes. And Junior also was the first to do online matriculation and online graduation in this country. That is leadership response. When we held the online matriculation, ASU went to the newsprint to say it was a fraudulent thing. And what our university doing now? What are you doing now? Online matriculation. ASU said it was fraudulent. How will people do online matriculation? I still have the newspapers, but it held, and people are doing it now. So we have to think outside the box, like Prof said. We have to be thinking. We have to generate ideas that will turn things around, so that our society will be a better place to live in. A leader, during emergency, must institute what they call damage control or damage reduction measures. Damage control. For example, to the name of the institution, to the credibility, reputation, and integrity of the institution, you must institute a process of damage control. Or if you cannot control the damage, reduce the damage. If you cannot control, you may not be able to control the damage. A little damage may happen, but try as much as possible to reduce the damage. I want you to note some important quotes. And that's where I finish this presentation. Leonard Safran said, in crisis management, be quick with the facts, and slow with the blame. Emergency situation is not a blame passing situation. You have to be quick with the facts. 2, Anonymous said, the crisis you have to worry about most is the one you don't see coming. The crisis you don't see coming is the one you have to worry about most. And Theodore Roosevelt, that great American, said, in any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The next best thing you do is the wrong thing. And the worst thing you can do is nothing. But you just must do something. If you don't do something, posterity will not forgive. And lastly, Petra Nemkova said, We cannot stop natural disasters, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge. So many lives wouldn't have to be lost if there was enough disaster preparedness. I want to thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, please come to the table, sir. I can see your face. And Professor Ayade, we also move to the table. You don't have to move there. You want to talk there? So you can go through this place. I'm sure when I said that the two presenters this afternoon will not allow you to doze. Did you doze? No. So, because at Thursday, we look for the best. And the best ever are the people that will present to you to make presentations. Without going to further to check their names, you know that the best are on the item here. One of the things I remember that stood out for Professor Adepoye in the VC-ship was the strength of his academic scholarship. And for those of us who also want to be an academic scholar, we say, when we grow up, we want to be like you. The same thing with Professor Albert. There's nobody around here who does not know him when it comes to security matters. He has been able to wine and dine with generals and super generals. I don't want to go to generals, so I like to say with people. But thank you very much for coming. So we've listened to the presentations. And we also have the strong woman in the house to discuss the paper before we open discussion to everybody. Madam, I know you are a teacher. Teachers talk a lot. 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. Really, I don't even know where to start from because the laws of justice have been done to the papers already by the presenters. But however, I am going to do my best within the time frame. The first paper presented by Professor Isaac Albert on nexus among emergencies, conflict, security, and other implications on the SDGs. The paper identified that we are in a difficult times of emergencies.
Well, let somebody go and check.
A forward vector. A lot of efforts have been put in place in terms of SDGs in order to control the emergencies. But unfortunately, they have not been moving. They have not been able to move fast enough to combat the causes of the emergency. So this paper focuses on linking various emergencies and threats together and stepping up the actions in controlling and stepping down these emergencies. So the threats under this paper were categorized into 4 various groups. We have the complex emergencies, under which we have the climate change, the COVID-19, Ebola, and other we have security threats.
Yes, no.
We have others under which we have the leadership deficit, weak global governance, democratic recession globally, and economic recession everywhere. Now, in order to combat the threats and the emergencies, the 17th Sustainable Development Goals were put in place, out of which 5 were carved out as the heart of these emergency goals. Then talking about sustainable goals, rather. Then talking about the implication of these threats or the sustainable goals. I am going to be talking about the 5 carved out hearts of the Sustainable Development Goals and how these threats and emergencies have been implicated negatively on them. Now we are talking about eradication of poverty and hunger in the nation. How can we eradicate poverty And how can we curb hunger in the nation when the farmers that are meant to provide food for us are constantly displaced on their farms? They are killed and kidnapped on their farms. So by this serves as a threat to the goal. Then we are talking about prosperity within the nation. How do we want the nation to prosper? When we have top-bottom approach everywhere for policy implementation, ordinarily, what should be in place is a bottom-top approach where people that are concerned, people, the end users of policies, are supposed to be carried along in the planning, monitoring, and implementation of these policies. But we are having it the other way around. We are having top-bottom approaches everywhere. And that this serves as a kind of challenge to achieving this goal. Then we are talking about maintenance of peace within the nation. I don't know how we want to achieve peace in the nation where we have kidnapping cases, banditry cases everywhere, and payments of ransom. Then we are talking about controlling of preserving of natural resources when we have oil spillage, soil erosion everywhere. Then we talk about prosperity. Like I've mentioned earlier, it is hard for us to achieve prosperity because the end users, the people to whom the policies are meant for, are not carried along. Then we're talking about partnership as the last goal. For these goals to be achieved, there is supposed to be a kind of partnership, the interconnectivity within all the systems. There should be a kind of a network connectivity within the users and the stakeholders in the nation, which is lacking. So with all this, we find out that all the threats and the challenges, they are posing a great threat to achieving the sustainable development goals. Sorry, please. So a lot of policies, a lot of approaches and policies have been put in place in order to stem down these threats and the challenges, the emergencies. Then Professor Isaac has mentioned the different policies and different philosophies, the principles of stemming down the emergencies. We have the whole of the government approach. We have whole of system, all of society approach, and we have whole of a nation approach. We have the continental approach. We have the global approach, the regional approach, the local, the national approach, and the local approach. Talking about the whole government approach, I'm talking about the use of informed leaders to provide solutions to these threats or to stem down these threats. When we talk of informed leaders, we are talking of the informed political leaders that will help out or bail us out in confronting these issues. A very good example to this is the issue of the ASU strike. We found out that the political leaders that are supposed to bail us out, they are not even informed about the main issue confronting ASU. So when they come on here, they tend to mislead people because they themselves are not informed. And even if they mislead they misinform the whole nation, thereby misleading them. And they went as far as misleading the president, the whole president of a nation, about the issues, about ASU issues, because they themselves are not informed. Then the whole government approach is talking about the use of government at all levels to combat these emergencies. Governments at all levels of legislature, judiciary, and executive. No single government can do it alone. But when we come to the nexus between the legislative, the judiciary, and the executive, we make a good combat of these emergencies. Then we have the whole nation approach. Here we are talking about the whole system approach. We are talking of different stakeholders within the system. And this, the paper has emphasized that no single person, no single component within the system can do it alone.
then there has to be a link up within all the components in the society. Then we have the whole nation approach. Under the whole nation approach, we are talking of a link up between the government and the society. That means the government cannot do it alone and the society cannot do it alone. We now need to harmonize effort from the government and the society itself to combat the menace and the emergencies. Then others are the global approaches, the continental approaches, the regional approaches, the national approaches, and the local approaches. This paper has emphasized so much on the local approaches because local issues require that we apply local solutions to it. We can't have local issues now and we rely solely on solutions from the federal level. So approaches at all levels have to be employed in order to combat the menace and the emergencies. So looking at it, going by the second paper. The second paper titled Governance in the Periods of Emergency by Professor Odunayo Adeboye. According to Professor Odunayo Adeboye's paper, emergencies have been identified as sudden disaster, crisis, problem, and challenge, and a situation which is considered as dangerous and serious, which happens unexpectedly. And these conditions are prevalent in Nigeria in terms of oil spillage, flooding, soil erosions, banditry, kidnapping with the payments of ransom here and there. And they are mostly characterized by loss of life and loss of properties in most cases, among others. I don't want to go over so much that has been said by the presenter. So Professor Adeboye emphasized that when there are emergencies, there is a change in governance and there are changes in policies too. And when he talked about, his paper talked about changes in governance as who is to do what in a new task. What are the resources available for the person to do the new task? And what capacity does the person to do a new task possess in order to step down the emergencies? Then talking about the change in policy, like I said, when there are emergencies, there's a change in governance and there are changes in policies. And he has, his paper mentioned some of the policies that have been formulated. The fire brigade and fire service policy during the fire disaster, then the NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency, in order to curb emergencies and control threats. But his paper emphasized that amongst that whatever policy might be put in place or may have been put in place, that no policy should endanger food security and no policy should infringe on individual human rights. And what this paper has emphasized is this: there are other human rights like health security, environmental security, but the paper emphasized that the food security supersedes every other one. And whatever the policy that is being put in place in order to check these menace or emergencies, none should endanger food security. So he went further to discuss the various, or to highlight the various elements of governance. We have them as one, communication and information management, which is very important. He has emphasized so much on this. He talked about communication as being very essential. When there are emergencies, people to whom the emergencies have affected should be able to speak up. They should be able to communicate their problems to the government or the body to whom we provide solutions or answers to these problems. Then information should be given in the right direction. The details of the problem should be given by the people so that help could be provided in the right way. Then we have flexibility in laws, rules, and regulations. Flexibility in this wise means that before emergency, a lot of laws and rules have been put in place. But when there are cases of emergencies and threats, there are flexibility here and there. We have to readjust and do a kind of reform to the policies. So these policies should be subject or should be able to be subjected to flexibility. And we have others like developing tasks and actions, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, designs of procedures, process that people need to go through. Then timeliness and deadlines may freeze adjustments to new normal. Damage control should be prompt and quick. When at the times of emergencies and threats, then the damage control and eradication processes should be prompt and quick to solve the problems. So whatever philosophies, whatever approaches are put in place in order to achieve or to manage the menace or the threats or the emergencies should be such that the emergencies can be reduced or be managed to the barest minimum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I didn't want to stand up when it was 10 minutes because the main presenters were supposed to present for 20 minutes and the two of them spent more than 20 minutes. I wanted to stand up and I saw so many faces here who are looking as if I would be doing partiality. So I didn't stand up. You didn't spend, but you only spent 12 minutes. Thank you very much. Statistically, it's still within that range. So, I'm sure we really enjoyed this. I have enjoyed it. There's so many things that I have learned. And I can tell you that beyond building better forward that I have seen there, I have also learned some ethical things. Some issues about morality, some issues about ethics. Some of the things that I need to do even to myself and for myself, they have come up. So, comments, suggestions, questions, additions, subtractions. I don't agree. I agree. Please let's have our hands up so that we can give you a number. Okay, thank you. That's number one. That's number two. 1, 2. We cannot start. They will say we are gender biased. The two of them are men. So please let us balance them down. 3. Okay, they said we should start.
Thank you for asking us to like from the Festival of Passion. Thank you, Prof, for the among the children you highlighted, children of emergency you highlighted in the course of presentation, is loss of trust between groups of people, the stakeholders. Now, it's not a question per se, it's a form of request from Prof that there are existing policies regarding emergencies, and it is in connection with the problem caused by not attending to emergency, which you highlighted as loss of trust among people. Now, infant policymakers like myself, what advice can you give us to explain that the policies we are working on will be generally accepted, and it will not be that we are making policies on policies that are in existence that are not working. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Number 2 here.
Good afternoon. I'm Ayola from Joseph Statistics. And I want to appreciate the Prof can have spoken on the topics. But my question, before, immediately after Professor Albert finished his presentation, I wrote a question down for I even found that the other lecturer also bothered on that question. So I would even like him and my other book to talk on it. So the question is on, I want to, now let's assume that we have a new government in 2023 in Nigeria. And there is an approach that, okay, I want you to look at it from the rule of law, because rule of law is part of the problem that Nigeria is facing. So as a veteran in that aspect, I want you to give us an approach. What are the suggestions that you can give to the new government bordering on the law, the law as in the rule of law in Nigeria, bordering on the problem that we are facing from the angles of rule of law in Nigeria?
Sorry, what exactly do you mean by rule of law? So that
okay, from his statement when he was giving us, he mentioned something about the old the principles, part of the approach. Do you get it? So he mentioned the principles. Yeah, he mentioned transparency, accountability. He mentioned security.
Thank you very much. The third person is at the back there.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation, sir. So I want to direct this question to Professor Albert. I know that no two people in their same mind can agree 100% on everything, always. Okay, so for all the approaches you talked about to solving the challenges, whole of society, whole of nation, I can't recall what the third one is. How do we implement that, physically speaking? So we know people who always have different opinions. How do we, especially for the whole of nation? So how do we implement that? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Ladies. Okay, thank you. She wants to talk. You are looking at me now. Okay. Okay, there's one.
Thank you, sir. Beautiful presentation. My own question is to Professor Howard. We are seeing all this, and to me, the purpose of this summit is to provide solution. So about the security challenges, situation in this country, what is the solution? Because to me, every day, I used to, ruminate about it. What is the solution? Because to me, it's like some region, they want development. Others, they don't want. So in this kind of situation, what is the solution? Is it for each region, to go to celebrate? Is it, I don't know. So what is the actual solution to our problem in this nation? Because like one of the speakers that spoke this morning said, the problem of Nigeria is Nigerians. So I don't know the solution with the current situation, because it used to bother me. I don't know, I don't know. So what is the actual solution?
Okay,
is it the government? Is it, the masses? Or what's the solution?
Thank you, Prof.
Are you giving solution?
No, I just want to add to the question that Mrs. asked. Yes, I listened to Professor Isaac Albert's presentation. Thank you so much to Professor Adibori also. Nigeria is, an heterogeneous nation. And I think that is one of the fundamental problems upon which most of our problems or challenges are built. So there is this call for restructuring. Let's regions, northern region, southern region, eastern region. Let us stand
as individual nations. And that concept appears to be against the backdrop of the fact that when we decentralize or when we restructure into regions, we are more relatively homogeneous. And that perhaps will ensure that we are able to understand ourselves better, and then we are able to accelerate and build forward better. Now, do you think that against the backdrop of the problem that heterogeneity is probably fueling a lot of our challenges, do you think driving towards a more homogeneous system, social system, will help this building forward better as a nation? That is my question. A lot of debates, but what is your own view? I'm sure that, I know that you are an expert and you have a lot of exposure and experiences, and you can easily, look at these issues and put them in perspective of the weight, the pros and the cons, and maybe you can advise our policymakers who are here. Maybe some of them are, because I understand that my brother says he's an infant policymaker. Perhaps there are a number of policymakers who are also here. And these things can be very helpful because we seem to be at crossroads. And there are also a lot of debates that we should even forget about, that the current system has been operated by Nigeria today. That even if angels come to administer affairs in Nigeria, governance, that we are not probably going to make a help. That speaks volume of how dilapidated our system is, how unstructured, how cumbersome, how hectic. And then, okay, thank you so much. That's I'm not my point.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think I have more questions because we seem to have reduced everything to Nigeria's national security. Anyway, I'm comfortable with that. I think we should start with the last question. And I will not use any technical jargon. I will use languages that all of us can do business with. Now, we have two types of nations. There is the homogeneous nation, and then there is heterogeneous nation. But homogeneous nation is the scientific definition of nationhood. That is to say, you belong to the same cultural world. You emanated from, it could be a tree, it could be Udua, it could be anything. But in a homogeneous nation, all of you have a root. And therefore, the three of us here, including, let's say we are all Yoruba. If I meet them abroad, the way I will relate to them is different from the way I will relate to a Nigerian. And so Owola was right when he was talking about recognition for this Yoruba and Ijebu identity before Nigeria. So in a homogeneous nation, everybody, you are all one. Now, it is easier to manage that type of nationhood than the heterogeneous one. The heterogeneous one is what a Yoruba person will call Yoruba. You brought people from different places, you put them in a room, and you say you are a nation. Now, there is nothing wrong with it, because we have several nations like that were constructed by bringing different groups together. Even the so-called United Kingdom. England is different from the Wales, from as you go around, you find different people. But they have succeeded in creating a nation constitutionally. And by how you allocate resources of the country. Now, in such a heterogeneous environment, the leaders have more responsibility than the homogeneous one. Now, it is the responsibility of leaders to bring everybody together through policies, through legal instruments, and so on. The problem we have in Nigeria, which is the root of our problem, is that our political leaders remind us every day that we are different, that we are not one. They remind us in terms of how they treat ethnic groups, in the kind of discriminations we have against religious groups, in the kind of policies that we put in place. So the policies of government on daily basis remind you that you are not related. And that is why we can never, when I say we can never, people think I'm an extremist. It's not possible to make a nation of Nigeria because the problems are too many. And you can see the problems very, very clearly. That you have some people who are treated like kings, and then you have some people who are treated like slaves. So now that takes us to the issue of trust. When you are not properly treated, there is a breakdown of trust. I ran to my office after the opening ceremony here, and I met some people who came to see me from wherever, how their children will be taken out of Nigeria. And when you listen to these old people, they have given up on Nigeria. They have given up. And in the process of the discussion, I tried to convince them to say, look, no, there is nowhere like home and so on. And then my mind went back to my pay as a professor. Now, I'm not going to deceive you. Sometimes I'm paid 406, sometimes 416. My first son, who has just finished 1 degree, cannot be assured of a future taking that salary. So if my boy that is just leaving university cannot marry, cannot on his own hire a 3-bedroom flat, then you begin to say that, look, you are doing a great injustice to this man. Who said I'm taking them away? You are not helping the man. So I said, okay, take them away. So we agree that we should take them away. He's taking them to Canada. Because I cannot buy my own salary. So that type of structure cannot construct a nation. And then there will be, the trust, that you have trust deficits. I asked a parliamentarian. He was flying from Abuja with me to Lagos. And I said, is it true that you take so amount? Is it true? So if somebody is taking more than 30 million, and he explained the whole thing to me, we are supposed to be in 2 committees, we are in 6 committees. We take this, what that man was talking about 13 million, is just this. If you add this to it, then I look at myself. Is it a mistake that I made becoming a professor in 2006? I became a professor in 2006. So do you want to blame me? My parents will now look at me and say you made a mistake in 2000 and becoming a professor in 2006. So you cannot build a nation where citizens are frustrated, where citizens have no future, where citizens have no hope. I was going to America, and some Nigerians were some younger boys. I think their parents were also taking them away. And we're trying to change our aircraft in Doha. As they entered the airport, those young boys started swearing on their country. So I called them. I said, look, you are speaking English. I told them, you can have your conversation in your local language. People are listening to you. Those boys, they have never left this country before. If you hear what they were saying, so you cannot build a nation. Now, if the nation does not exist, if you say you are promoting SDGs, you are deceiving yourself. Wake up. You're waking, you wake up. So the trust issue will continue to be there, so long as there is a big gulf between leaders and followers. So long as those who are leading do not believe that those who are following should exist. We were in Oxford. We saw a man, one of them working industry all over the place. And then we said, you're Nigerian. We said, yes, all my children are here. If so, you went to Oxford to hide your own children, and then you're frustrating the children of other people here in Nigeria. You cannot build a nation like that. That's not deceiving ourselves. Now, the second point we need to make is a new government in 2023. And then we're saying rule of law. You are asking what is coincidental. Well, I pray that we are able to find solutions to the problems of Nigeria. in 2023. But I have a problem. And what is that problem? Every day, I'm always looking at my phone, looking for all these voodoo prophets who predict this will happen in 2023. I do a lot of that every day. Because now, my scientific analytical tools can no longer tell me. But I got frustrated when one tells you that Nigeria will be this in 2023. Tomorrow you see another one. You say Nigeria will be. So I think that we are earning their own living. Because I know people are coming to give them money for telling us stories. So don't follow me, but I do that every evening when I'm frustrated. I want to see somebody who tell me. Now, 100% agreement and development is not possible. How do we implement, so we are saying what is the solution? Well, the solution probably should start with us. We are trying our best. I'm trying my best. We just pray that our best will be good enough. In security studies, there is what we call conflict tree. Conflict tree is saying that if you want to fell a tree, if you want to pull a tree down, you don't cut the leaves and cut the branches. What you do is you remove the roots. And the most important of the roots is what they call tap root. But in Nigeria, you don't see policymakers touching the root. If I go to Abuja today and I begin to address the root, somebody will call me on phone and say, you are creating problems for Nigeria. Because people don't want you to talk about the root causes of the problem. They would rather want you to be talking about cutting trees and so we just pray that we survive it. Now, this issue of whether we should break apart or whatever, to me it will not solve the problem. Because the troublemakers are widely distributed among all ethnic groups. They are widely distributed again among all religious groups. So the battle I think we are fighting is against what Christians will call principalities and powers. Rulers of darkness in high places. Ephesians chapter 3. Thank you. And you pretended not to be. You pretended not to be a pastor. I'm telling you, these are the people we are dealing with. So when you target somebody who's not your ethnic groups, honestly, you might get to heaven and God will jail you for it. I don't know whether it's a jail or whatever. So let us stop this religious stereotyping, ethnic demonization, and so on. They have only succeeded in making us to be fighting ourselves. We are all victims. We are all victims. So, breaking Nigeria apart to me may not solve the problem. Let me give you a story and then I'll close. When we transited from military to civil rule in 1999, some governments, British government, American government, came in to support the number of security work in Nigeria, and I was a consultant on some of these programs. Because it was the international community that felt that to be able to stabilize Nigeria, we must deal with all the conflicts in the country, stabilize the country. That was when we succeeded in dealing with the African crisis, Chief Duco crisis in whatever, then Shekiri, Ido, whatever. Then one of the crises we dealt with in Lagos was a conflict between Grima Mohammed, one other Nigerian, called Grima Mohammed, and the administration of Tinubu. This was a secret intervention. Before Tinubu came in, we had the government of Brigadier General Barwa. He did many things, and then he created one big abattoir in Lagos. And that abattoir was given to Grima Mohammed for 5 years. Grima Mohammed was to manage it for 5 years. And immediately Tinubu came in, nobody people went to him and said, look, this is not that I am taking or whatever. They wanted to take the project from him. So the man went to court. And the court said, this is not a valuable contract. This is a valid contract. You must wait for this man for 5 years. And then what Tinubu then did was that he transferred this meat the abattoir to another part of Lagos. He left the abattoir of which the contract was signed. So it took, so going to that abattoir to do business became slightly illegal. So we intervened. And in the process of studying the thing, I realized that you can take your slaughter slab anyway, but you cannot force these outside people to listen. So we went to Shitinubu. I went there with the ambassador. I think Raji, all these people that is going around with now, they were working online, chief of staff and so on. And then we went to the place. Tinubu said, look, I will talk to you. This is American government that is here. We will settle this problem, but this is a no-go area. And then I stood up, I said, Your Excellency, these people can take their needs, their business out of Lagos State. You have taken it to a different place. And I gave him a scenario and he took back. And then now delegated one of his followers in Abuja to follow us. We had a peace meeting, but that peace meeting at implementation stage failed. Now, let me tell you the results. If you're entering Lagos, you see a cattle market before that long bridge. That crisis created that problem. Now, it is Ogun State that is stopping from that conflict. This is because policymakers just feel that once you are in one office, you can do everything and get away with it. These people bring cattle to market, bring the cattle to Lagos. They mix, they sell, gives Lagos State money. But you can actually outsell, you can actually take yourself out of business. Doing ethnicity, doing ethnic conflict, pursuing religious people around the district. But the problem we are having in Nigeria today is that our leaders in Abuja do not know that when we collaborate, when we trust ourselves, when we respect other groups, that the Commonwealth will be big enough to fit everybody. But what they are doing now is the little that they have in their pocket. They are jumping alone. And that is why they have to face the problems alone. Scientifically, I'm not using anybody.
Yes. Well, thank you, Professor Albert. If we start to discuss Nigeria from morning to night, we will not end the discussion. The thing is that there are issues in this country, issues to resolve. Because if you have a nation where almost 100% of the youthful population want to leave the country, then there is a problem. There is a problem. And I will cite a few examples. In 2006, in my lab in Germany, I was the head of the lab. And I had about, I think, 5 Chinese, 4 Japanese, and I think I had a guy from UI here, 2 from Futa, and 1 from OAU, that I recruited. Every day, I was told by my lab assistant, why the Japanese were saying they were going back to their country. My own Nigerians that I recruited without my knowledge, we are discussing with Germans how they will remain in Germany. And the lab assistant came to me one day and said, Clem? I said, yes. Your brothers don't want to go back to Nigeria? And I said, did they discuss that with you? He said, that's what they discuss with her all the time. That how they will get a wife to marry to remain in Germany. Since that time, I got sensitized to the issue of mass migration of Nigerians in no distant future. And that is what is happening now. And that is what is happening now. How did it happen that whenever Chinese go to any laboratory anywhere in the world, they want to go back to their country after the fellowship or after the PhD? There is nothing you can use to tie the Chinese down. They are going back to their country. And you know what they have done? They have studied our problems. They know that we don't have electricity. And they don't pray we have one. And what they do is that they manufacture generators. And those generators are equipped with what we call counter chips. Let me stand up, because there are many things we seem not to know. You know Mercedes 200? Yes. Mercedes 200, the old one. Regular. Do you know Volkswagen? Do you know they don't sell the engine of Volkswagen? You know you use it until the kingdom come. Do you know the steel sawmiller machine? You know that machine? You know people who use it, they use it for 1 to 50 dollars. It's a circular saw, 10 pieces. Those are machines that were manufactured by people who don't think that we should replace things. Chinese are smarter. What they do is that even their mobile phone that you buy, the mobile phone is equipped with counter. And the counter inside it is programmed for a certain number of times. Yes. On it, off it, on it, off it. It has a counter. The day it reaches that number, that phone is gone. Who of you has ever repaired a rechargeable lamp? Have you taken it to electricians before? Are they able to repair it? It is because there is a counter inside it. I'm telling you, technology. So they don't pray you have electricity so that you continue. They bring in the lamp you buy. Because each time you put it on and off, the chip inside is counting. The same thing with their techno. And all this here, Infinix, and so on and so forth. You will just see that your phone goes off and it has gone forever, like my father did in 1974. And I don't see him again today. So I'm trying to tell us the essence of our society where we live. That it is people that build society. That is why Chinese go back to their country. Because they know that there are countries like Nigeria, like Ghana, like Benin Republic, like Togo, like Niger Republic, like Chad, like Democratic Republic of Congo, like Central African Republic, like Guinea, like Gambia, including South Africa, because they know the market is there for them. It is we that have refused to develop our country. And I will give you a few examples. Let me give you just 4 examples. Do you know that before 1930, Germany was so backward? What was the reason? They were too primitive. At that time, no woman can open bank account in Germany. If a woman wanted to open bank account, she had to go and take permission from her husband before she could open bank account. Before 1930 in Germany, women were not allowed to hold driver's license. Whenever they were going anywhere, they were to be carried by their husband. Before 1930, in Germany, women were not allowed to hold offices in government. Who is now fighting for human rights and abusing Nigeria that will have human rights? Europe, Germany, and Poland. They changed their narratives. Saudi Arabia, 4 years ago, just changed to modernization. In Saudi Arabia, before 2016, women were not allowed to drive. I'm not lying. That's the truth. Women were not allowed to even go out on election day. It was not until 2016 that women were allowed to vote for the first time. It's true. I'm telling you what. It's Saudi Arabia. So it means that society has to evolve. Is our own society evolving? We are not evolving. Why is it that 80% of our youth want to leave our country today? I have told people, the countries where people go, no, people make fortune there, but it is governance by force. I'm a German Canadian. In Canada, it is written everywhere, 60 kilometers per hour. Both signboard, every 2 poles, we see 60, or 30, every 2 poles, we see 30. So, but in project, wherever nobody negotiates with you. You can lose your daily pay. That is society where they enforce laws. Do we, you and I, do we allow laws to work in our country? Do we allow laws to work? We don't. So all of us have to change the way we think. Do you know? Do you remember? I'm sorry it's taking too long. Do you remember? I was already in the university during Buhari. That time, they came with a hand of force. Why? tó bá fẹ́ tọ̀ wá wo wájú báyìí wá wo ẹ̀yìn you will listen. Why against discipline? Workers knew at that time that they would not go late to the office. When you got to the bank at that time, nobody will tell you. You will kill. How did we lose that? We have to be asking questions, my people. How did we lose that? Are we not the same Nigerians? Are we not the same Nigerians that are here today? Are they not in Bodija people, Bodija, Bagi and Go? Are they not the same people? What has changed? What has changed is that we lost our senses. We have to start to think correctly. I have vowed to my God that the office I'm occupying, I will be honest. The office I'm occupying, I will be fair. The office I'm occupying, I will try the best that is humanly possible to promote integrity in service. And that is the way to go. If we don't do all those things, we are not going to help ourselves. Our people will no longer take the risk of crossing the Atlantic Ocean in the exploit to go to Europe, to go and seek life that is not there. So we really have to change the way we think. And we cannot change the way we think alone. We also have to do it through our leaders. How are things working elsewhere? Let's create the same here. And that is the way we can build our nation as a people. On a ending note, any society where youths want to live, that society is in crisis. Thank you.
Please, let us give this our senior professors. The truth of the matter is this. What you have learned here, you cannot learn it anywhere. The amount you have paid, if I were the director, I would stay at the door and collect more money because you have got more than you paid for. If the director is not willing to do it, I will stand at the door and I will collect 20,000 naira from you. Sorry. Professor Adeboye said we should be fair. I will be fair. Anyway, it's a pleasure that we have gone through all this today. I'm sure many of the things that we've had, we will be able to do it. One of the things that I think, my wife thought and she told me, is that the problem with us is that we are not angry at what we should be angry at. That everybody is just not angry. And just the last thing, so the reason why she said that was that we saw someone said something to her about different clips of people fighting with NEPA people. They came to, you know what they always do? And then there were 20 different clips of people fighting, drawing the ladder, and things like that. And she said, yeah, it's good. People are hungry. I said, it's not good now. Do you want to kill them? He said, because they are also killing people. So what I'm trying to say is that if we look at the situation of this country, people are not angry enough. And when people are angry, they are angry of wrong things, not of normal things. At wrong things, yeah. The issue that has been said, and I want to reiterate, I'm sorry to go into of the next 3 minutes, is that he said, the problem is that we ourselves, we are the problem. Yes. Many people cannot fight those who are stealing because they are thinking, if I fight and they stop stealing, when I get there, I won't be able to steal. That's the reason. So I will say, people are oppressing there. Why don't you fight and get angry sending them? The reason is because he's thinking of when he will be called, get to that position and oppress others. So he doesn't want the oppression. Stop. to stop. That is our nature in this country. Many of us ask within yourself the reason why you are not angry that certain things are not happening. Is it not because you also think that I don't want to block it? Before I get there, may the Lord help us. On behalf of the director, staff, management, and students of Center for Sustainable Development of the University of Ibadan, we express our sincere appreciation to these wonderful academicians and professors of medicine. We are fully learned from you, and we will always remember you when it comes to 2022 Isds. Thank you very much. And I also thank myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for staying this long today. The summit continues tomorrow. By tomorrow, we are converging at our own Center for Sustainable Development, Banero. Tomorrow morning, we'll first be going to plenary the concurrent session, the last for the summit. So let's endeavor to be around by 9 o'clock. We would have had our different allocations by then. So after that, we move to the plenary for tomorrow. So thank you for your coming. Thank you for the impact of 2022 Isds. I wish you journey mercy to your respective destinations and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.